Welcome to America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. All kinds of drama for the Kentucky Derby. The morning line favorite, Omaha Beach, is out with a breathing issue. So with Omaha Beach gone, what does that mean for the first Saturday in May, just a few days away? We'll talk all about it and the condition that caused Omaha Beach to scratch for Hall of Fame trainer Richard Mandela. Greg Wolf alongside four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. A lot to talk about, obviously, with the Kentucky Derby, but we're getting right to it here. We have the first race coming up at Belmont immediately.
Yeah, we do. We're less than a minute to post. They're about ready to head to the post. We'll talk about Omaha Beach in a little bit, but right now we got a bunch of two-year-old fillies going to make their way around the racetrack. Four-horse field in here, and obviously Wesley Ward, so dangerous with these two-year-olds, and he has the favorite in the opener.
Yeah, that is his specialty for those that don't know. Yeah, Wesley Ward has them ready to fire right out of the gate. We're going to see some more from him in the third race where he has the top two choices on the morning line. But here in this race, Aurelia Garland breaking from post 4. Odds-on favorite right now, first-time starter by Constitution. Joe Bravo will be aboard. Looks formidable here.
Yeah, he does. Debuts with Lasix. And listen, she is a horse that worked 46-3 from the gate. And when the other Wesley Ward horse scratches, you sort of end up landing on the other one. And now she's starting to get bet heavy here late now, down to 4-5.
We're going to have the Naira Bets late pick 5 a little bit later on the show. We're bringing you this entire card today from Belmont. This kicks off an early pick 5 sequence, though, here in this opening race. So 5 furlongs made in special weight. Main track is listed as fast for this first event here of the afternoon. And again, it's post 4 for Aurelia Garland, who does not have a race yet under her belt. In fact, the only horse with any experience at all in this race, that would be the 5. Talk you out of it now with the Bruce Brown barn.
Was a decent second place runner-up at Keeneland, which is always pretty tough.
Loading up for the first race here at Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get our program started here this afternoon. John Imbrial with the call, the opener here in Elmont, New York, as the favorite steps in line for Wesley Ward.
And the last one goes in, and we're just about set for the start. And they're off. Sweet Melania is sent out for the early lead. Aurelia Garland now moves up, is right alongside of Liza. Those two heads apart, second and third. Talk You Out of It is next in fourth, and it's a gap of 3 to Onyx, who trails the field. And the 2-year-old fillies go around the far turn. Sweet Melania down at the rail. Challenged now on the outside by the 3-5 favorite Aurelia Garland. And the two of them are heads apart through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Liza is running in third. Farther back, Talk You Out of It. And then Onyx. And they're at the top of the stretch. And here is Aurelia Garland now to take over. Aurelia Garland, drifting a bit towards the inside, is clear by 3 over Sweet Melania. Then Talk You Out of It in third. It is Aurelia Garland who has built a 7-length lead. Aurelia Garland, impressive in her debut. 1 by 5 at the end. Talk You Out of It was second. Then Sweet Melania, Onyx, and Liza. And the time was 57 and 2/5 seconds.
Aurelia Garland goes off at 3-5, won like she was 1-9 on the board, and she put away a first-time starter, daughter of American Pharaoh, in the process, the Triple Crown winner.
Yeah, $600,000 purchase, and Sweet Melania went to the front end, but there was no worries with Joe Bravo. You could tell he was just ranging up with this filly by Constitution, who was the son of Tappet, and won easily. Talk You Out of It, runs another good second in here, this filly, as a 3-horse in here. Sweet Melania backed up for third, but pretty sharp time here for a nice little 2-year-old filly, 52-2, or 57-2, excuse me.
And again, we're going to see, that would have been real quick.
Right?
Still, it was a sharp time, no doubt. We're going to see a couple more debuters from Wesley Ward on the turf at 5 furlongs in the third. That's with Foolish Humor and Pushover. So we take another look here at the stretch. And down on the inside, that is Sweet Melania. That is the filly by American Pharaoh, who is making her debut. And Aurelia Garland says goodbye.
Yeah, she does. And she's putting away a Todd Pletcher filly, too, as well. That that has the fitness. But you can see she lowers her head. And she was well met. When Wesley entered this race, they knew it was going to be a short entered field. So what he did is he entered 2 horses, and he left the better one in. Bottom line.
No question. Ready to go right out of the gate. Daughter of Constitution out of a Dixie Union mare, Azalea Bell. Very impressive for the first time out. And a very short price. You would come to expect this with this barn.
Yeah, you do. And listen, you start wondering, like, Constitution, this is his first crop on the racetrack. Pretty cool to see a nice little 2-year-old win for him. He's had some success so far. So, now you see these 2-year-olds, like you said, American Pharaoh. Some new sires are going to be coming out. And here you see Constitution just singing out a nice little filly here that has a future.
And if you happen to use the 5 there for your exacta, maybe a little bit of value you're able to create would talk you out of it. They're at double-digit odds at 11-1. So 4, 5, 3, 1 to get us started as we jumped immediately into racing here on this Thursday edition of America's Day at the Races. Joe Bravo, the thumbs up sign riding there for WW. Wesley Ward and an odds-on favorite to kick things off here at Belmont Park as our Pick 5 early sequence is underway. All right, a chance to catch our breath here for a moment. We have so much going on, of course, under the Twin Spires out in Louisville as we're just a couple days away here from the Kentucky Derby. But the huge news, of course, the morning line favorite, Arkansas Derby winner Omaha Beach for Hall of Fame trainer Richard Mandella, trying to deliver first ever Derby win for that trainer, has been scratched with an entrapped epiglottis, which is basically a breathing issue for that horse. So that is obviously the huge story right now.
It's a giant story, and to me, it's a very sad story for a great trainer. Bob Baffert, we talk about him so much when it comes to Derby time because that's what he does. I would compare Bob Baffert to a guy that's a home run hitter, and Richard Mandella is a guy like Rod Carew that could hit 300 all day long. But what I'm trying to say is Richard just doesn't have horses, or he never really pointed horses towards the Derby. Now, he had the great Beholder, who almost won the Oaks, and he finally got his 3-year-old in Omaha Beach. And he had the Hall of Fame jockey Mike Smith choose this horse over 3 Baffert horses after he just won a Triple Crown for Bob. Things were looking such in the right direction. It was just a sad thing. When I heard this news yesterday, I had a tear in my eye because it's just, we want to see the best go against the best, and I really feel that was the best horse going into the race.
Well, even Mike Smith, who made that tough call, ride Roadster for Bob Baffert or ride this horse. He chose this horse, so he's going to be without a mount. He was the one who said, well, I'm sad for Richard Mandella.
Yeah.
Of course, Mike Smith won the Triple Crown last year. He's going to have minor surgery next week. They want to have him back by late June, early July. He's going to be out of commission training for about 3 weeks or so, but we will see him back. That is the good news.
That's
but no
news.
Derby for Omaha Beach. Here's his Hall of Fame trainer, Richard Mandella.
It was devastating, to be honest with you, yesterday. I've done this for 45 years, so I've seen the movie and starred in it. That's part of training horses. You couldn't have asked a horse to train any better or look any better this whole period we've been here. You've all seen he galloped yesterday. If you didn't look up his nose with a scope, you wouldn't know anything's wrong. But I'm sure by the time he'd hit the quarter pole, he would know it was there. And it would be a terrible feeling, as bad as it felt yesterday. It would be a horrible feeling to have him not finish well and know that I was at fault for running him. So we had to do the right thing by the horse, and that's give it up and go to the next step.
An entrapped epiglottis is simply the tissue underneath the epiglottis swells. The epiglottis is shaped kind of like that, and this tissue's underneath it, and we're looking this way. It swells and comes up underneath it and then wraps around the top of it. And it prevents the epiglottis from moving, which is very important because it's what blocks the airway from the pharynx, which is where the food would be coming from. So it keeps food out of the trachea, basically, is one of the things it does. But when a horse entraps, it really limits their breathing. It blocks probably about a third of the airway, and in a race of this magnitude, that's too much to give up.
I would say 2 weeks, possibly 3, of no more than riding under the shed row, and then you can start to train. Saying that with the Triple Crown in mind, we obviously can't run in the, I'm sorry, this whiskey's pretty strong, it's getting to me. The 2 weeks off, just throws out the Triple Crown. He can't run in 2 weeks because he's not going to train at all. Can't run in the Belmont because if you mix 2 weeks, especially that we didn't run this weekend, so having not run and try to train up to it with 2 weeks off wouldn't be fair to the horse. I wouldn't try to put him through that. I wish everybody in the race the best of luck. It's a tough pill to swallow yesterday, but I said that to Foster in front of the horse, and the horse looked at me and said, "You think you had a tough pill to swallow?"
Well, he's still got that great sense of humor. You have to feel for one of the great trainers this game has ever seen. Richard Mandella had his Derby horse. This was the horse to beat in the race. He will not run in the race. So with more on what an entrapped epiglottis is and what Omaha Beach is dealing with, and another horse who's 50-50 right now for the Derby who's dealing with a foot issue in High Cal. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And just to elaborate on what Richard Mandella and the vet were talking about in regards to an entrapped epiglottis, first, let it be known that this is a very common condition that we see in racehorses and horses in general, sport horses as well. And it's very routine, the surgery that they undergo. Now, Omaha Beach will go to Root and Riddle, but I've seen this surgery performed in their stalls. So it's very simple, as you heard, a very short downtime as far as 2 to 3 weeks. And in entrapped epiglottis, you have to remember that horses cannot breathe through their mouth. So the only air that they get in through their body is through their nose. So that epiglottis and how it works, obviously it's keeping food from going down the airway, but it's also keeping the air going through to the lungs. So if that's compromised in any way whatsoever, those lungs aren't going to be functioning as properly as well. So it's the right thing, as Richard Mandella mentioned, to do by the horse, and he doesn't really know what's going on. He's not in any kind of discomfort whatsoever, but if he went out and tried to run a mile and a quarter, yes, he would feel discomfort. So they're going to do right and perform that surgery, a tie-back surgery as it is referred to. Now, in regards to High Call, he has come up with an abscess in one of his feet. Now, abscesses are very tricky. They can be something that are come and gone in 24 hours, or there's something that can be dealt with over weeks. Now, hopefully this is the 24-hour kind of thing, as we saw him miss training this morning. An abscess is generally caused by a trauma to the foot, whether stepping on a stone, and where it comes in, it often causes a little bit of a infection, so therefore you have a little bit of discomfort. Often it'll need to drain. So they'll soak that foot. Often you put an animal lintex, which is a drawing kind of pad to draw out any of that infection that the abscess is causing. So hopefully, like I said, guys, it's one of those things that is come and gone, but it also could wreak havoc on High Call's Derby chances and make it into the gate this Saturday.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, it's something that's resolved very quickly, but it might not be quick enough. They're going to treat him by soaking in Epsom salts with that foot. Did not go to the track this morning. Going to make a decision by tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Scratch time is tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we'll wait and see with High Cal.
Yeah, we'll wait and see with High Cal. And after watching Richard Mandella, it just makes you want to tear up even more. But I'll tell you what, the way he was acting, God, he looked so disappointed. Omaha Beach is going to be ready. I think a lot of runners better be ready for Travers, and I hope he makes it there for us, our sakes, when we're in Saratoga. But here's the rest of the field. Who benefits the most with the scratch at Omaha Beach? Obviously, with his early speed, you do have Vacoma, got some early speed. War of Will gets the dreaded one hole, I would think, has to be sent out of there. And then, obviously, the horse on paper, Maximum Security. But we'll see how fast they go, you know. And Improbable could get out of the gate, out of the 5-hole. He's another horse that can show some speed. But where Game Winner is in the 16-hole, he can sort of let it all play out in front of him.
Oh, you said who benefits with Omaha Beach out? Everybody does, because he was coming into this race just looking lights out. He had beat 2 of the 3 Baffert runners as well.
And the part about this, too, is it's slated for rain. And he beat both of the Baffert runners over rainy racetracks, and he's probably better over it. So the disappointment, you could just see it in Richard's eyes.
We had this, remember, happen a while ago back in 2009. I Want Revenge. scratched as the morning line favorite, and Uncle Mo was a second choice back in 2011, scratched out of the Kentucky Derby as well. Sneaking suspicion we're going to hear a lot more, though, from Omaha Beach.
Yes, we will.
A little bit later on this summer. Get signed up, get started, play along just in time for the Kentucky Derby. New customers get a $25 win bet on the Derby, plus a $200 new member bonus. Sign up with the promo code ROSES. Bet $25 to win on a horse in the Derby. You get $25 back if you finish second or third. You'll get that $200 bonus right after you've bet $200 in your first 14 days of joining. Go to NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app. Prices in from the opener. Wesley Ward had Aurelia Garland ready to roll. First time out.
Yeah, congratulations. This filly by Constitution out of the Dixie Union mare, Azalea Bell. She was a runner too. And congratulations to Mr. Bolton. If you had that exacta, $10, leave the 30 cents at the window.
We're going to take a break in the action with Omaha Beach out of the picture, who beat the 2-year-old champ game winner back in the Rebel. Does it become his Derby to lose? We'll talk about the Bob Baffert runners, his trio, including the 2-year-old champ, when we come back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one of a kind, high speed, high stakes action, and Nyra Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Nyra Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Nyra Bets app or visit NyraBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NyraBets.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in parts by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As you get a look there at Papa John's Stadium. How about the Louisville Cardinals opening up against Notre Dame? Tough one to start their season. That's at home on September the 2nd. Weather and track conditions presented by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray at Belmont Park. Piranha on pests gone. Main track is fast. Second race coming up will be on the inner turf. That is listed as good. As we take a look at today's race schedule, so we got the entire card here at Belmont Park, and you see 2 turf conditions there, but this first one will be on the inner turf. That is labeled as good. Meanwhile, at Oaklawn, they have a sloppy racetrack. We're going to bring you races 1 through 8 out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll check in with Nancy Holthus in just a little bit. So with Omaha Beach, the morning line favorite, out of the Kentucky Derby, that means bring on in number 21 on that waiting list to get into the field, and that is Bodie Express, who Paul is going to try and earn his maiden victory in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, that is a tough thing to do, although when you look at maximum security, probably going to be around 8-1. He was only 3.5 lengths behind. He does draw the auxiliary gate. But going to need to do a lot more.
Meanwhile, this horse likely becomes your favorite with Omaha Beach out. Here is game winner, 1 of 3 in the race for Bob Baffert. He was beat by Omaha Beach in the Rebel. He was beat by his stablemate, Roadster, in the Santa Anita Derby, but look out, 3rd off the layoff.
Yeah, and, you know, Bob hit the nail on the head in the interview. He's just been so wide in his last 2 starts. The track at Santa Anita, they put more sand and clay over it. The times have been slower. And Bob even had told me that he has gotten fitter since those last 2 races. He's going to be very, very dangerous.
Bob Baffert, 3 huge chances. This, for a while, it's crazy to think this, but he was the forgotten horse.
Yeah, right.
Game winner, 2-year-old champion, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, but now he is squarely back in the discussion. Not that serious handicappers didn't think he wasn't, but now he's become the main man again here in the race. Here is Bob Baffert on the 2-year-old champ.
The thing about Game Winner, he needs to save ground in the first turn. He's been wide. He's got sort of a bad post all along. He's been wide. So, you know, I was hoping he would have been drawn a little bit down towards the inside where he could. But I have, you know, Joel Rosario. He's a top rider. You know, I can't really give him too much instructions.
Bob Baffert coming into this Kentucky Derby about as loaded as anyone could ever hope for, with 3 legitimate chances to win this race. We're going to check downstairs right now with Maggie Wolfendale. Time for a paddock report as we get set for the start of the early pick 4. Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Greg, and we kick it off with the starter allowance going amount of 16th on the turf course, and favoritism going to who other than Chad Brown. He seems to be the king of the turf races around here, and very at perception. He's had a lot of stops and starts to his career, but he's finally pairing starts back to back, and I can say that he is a heavier type of horse, but he finally looks a bit more tucked up, having that race back at Aqueduct under his belt, so he's a strong looking favorite. Now we'll move on to a horse who broke his maiden first time out in maiden 50. That is Utrecht for Christophe Clement. He is by English Channel, so I can forgive him for being a bit of a smaller, one-sided type. Not a lot of substance to him, but I like him. I like the move that he put in down there. He may eventually want to go longer based on that pedigree and based on the fact that he's very long-legged and just a lanky individual. But I think Christophe is geared up to have a pretty good Belmont meet, and we'll see how Utrecht does facing winners for the first time. Coming back off of a layoff is going to be a price horse in number 5. That is Mega City. Also returns as a new gelding. Had trouble getting away from there, and a lot of times from the gate, I should say, in his last start at Gulfstream, and gelding will help them kind of move that hind end a bit better. He looks extremely fit coming back off the layoff now as a 4-year-old. He's just a price horse, guys, that I want to throw in that fits the bill here. He looks exceptional coming back today.
All right, Maggie, thank you for that paddock report. We're 10 minutes away from a start. We'll be back with the post parade in just a moment as we get set for race 2 coming up from Belmont Park. And variant perception, Chad Brown right now, that's the 9-5 current favorite. Javier Castellano will be aboard, the son of Curlin, trying to pick up the 2nd victory of his career. There's variant perception. With Javier and those Klarovich stable silks.
Sometimes you wonder, listen, like, is he the favorite by default in here? He got beat last time by Much Trouble, who's right outside of him. And Much Trouble was way behind, and they did go fast up front, so it probably played better into Much Trouble's hands. You know, the 3's getting a little dismissed at the window, although 5-1, I guess, on the morning line, about the same. So they're playing the 3 horses, and the 2 also is the one that's really getting played from 8-1 down to 5-2. And I think just because the blinkers have really helped this filly out.
So the rematch between the 8 and 9 going at each other one more time. Much Trouble, the 9, finished 2nd. Variant Perception right behind him, running 3rd as we kick off our post parade. And there is Willing to Speed for John Kimmel coming in from Gulfstream.
Yeah, Rajiv Mirage will get back aboard, and that's where this colt did have a win at Aqueduct with Rajiv aboard.
Call Me Kayla, 8-1 morning line. This one is getting a lot of play right now. It's a filly tackling the boys, 5-2.
Yeah, this filly has gotten a lot better. She's a 4-year-old, too. She's gotten a lot better since they put the blinkers on her.
First time facing boys for her. Utrecht for Christophe Clement, and he won first time out against Maiden Claiming Company at Gulfstream.
Yeah, this horse made a giant move on the backside into a slow pace and just kept it going. Now, 8.5-1 that day, 5-1 today.
4 was a big contender. That horse is a scratch, so we'll see Mega City next, the long shot for trainer John Stevens.
First time gelding, too, for the son of City Zip, but needs to really show a lot more at 45-1.
Spectator Sports, going to be trying the turf for the first time for Rob Atras.
Yeah, Midnight Lute out of an Awesome Again mare doesn't scream a ton of turf, but the horse does have a couple decent races over the dirt.
First time on the turf for Hallstatt, didn't show much. Got back on it with a big drop in class and got a maiden win sprinting.
Yeah, maybe it was the blinkers. This horse is 134 to 1 and then won last time out at 26 to 1 and paid off Linda and her backers.
And two of the top three choices on the board. Here's the favorite, Chad Brown, Javier Castellano with Variant Perception.
How many times you see a Chad Brown horse, lose at 6 to 5? That's what happens. So maybe this colt by Curlin is a little vulnerable.
And don't you think there's upside with Much Trouble? That was the turf debut, finished ahead of Variant Perception. Now second time on the turf.
Yeah, you know why I think there's a lot of upside, Greg? You make a good point. Now, this horse has passed horses before, way back when in 2017, but he made a giant move last time. I know it was into a fast pace, but it seemed like he really liked the turf.
Kendrick Carmouche in those silks of Midwest thoroughbreds. On Much Trouble, the 9-horse. We'll try and get by Variant Perception one more time, but this time we'll try and do a one better and get into the winner's circle. We're going to take a break. Second race, start of the Pick 4, coming up from Belmont Park here on America's Day at the Races when we come back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
The Kentucky Derby is a race that we all want to capture. But what he did in the Florida Derby, that got me dreaming.
But inside the 16th pole, the 2017 Florida Derby to Todd Pletcher, and always dreaming. They won it by 4 in the end.
Anytime you ever would go to see him in his breezes or in his races, you knew that he was the real deal. You really would get excited about what he was going to do for the future. I'm Jacob West, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. He's very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. Our show is brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Raced his entire career medication-free, now stands for $25,000 at Claiborne Farm. He was a special sprinter. He never lost in his career while sprinting. Set a track record in the Breeders' Cup Sprint as well at Keeneland.
He did it at so many different racetracks, broke his maiden at Turfway Park. I tell a lot of people, just watch that video. It was amazing. And obviously winning the Malibu at Santa Anita after he crushed in the Breeders' Cup Sprint at Keeneland. So different racetracks. Just a freaky type of horse.
Won at Saratoga, too, in the King's Bishop.
I mean, and that probably was his best effort.
There is a look at Variant Perception, still our favorite right now as we get set for this second race at Belmont Park. Familiar silks of Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown. Javier Castellano aboard. We'll try and turn the tables on Much Trouble today.
Yeah, and in the exotics, the 8 is your favorite in here, Variant Perception. And you're wondering if the 9 just enjoyed the turf so much to go right by the 8, or the 8 needed the race. It's just like when Chad Brown drops his horses and they lose, it worries me a little bit.
Well, with more on the colt who finished in front of him last time out, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We could say it's encouraging that Chad decides to protect him this time. And so does Danny Gargan with much trouble as they faced off against each other, Variant Perception and he. And regards to that race last time, we saw Variant Perception a little bit closer to the pace. Then we saw much trouble. And actually, it was a bit of a pace collapse overall as Here Comes Your Man came from way out of it. Now, as far as how things are going to play out here today, Kendrick Carmouche did give much trouble a pretty big warm-up. Asked him to gallop off pretty strongly away from the pony immediately once they turned around and headed down the right way, as now he's back with his pony now, but he was by himself the entire time, just trying to keep this horse on his toes. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, the race 2 back, it was 6.5, and he was up on the pace, and then he goes a mile on the turf, and he's way back. So I don't really know how to read this horse, other than it feels as though that Kendrick wants to get him a little bit more involved, possibly earlier on. We'll see if we get more pace or less than what we saw when these two met in the last time back on April 5th. But much trouble. Look, he is going to be a thorn in the side to the current 7-5 favorite here, Greg, in Variant Perception.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see these two go at each other here one more time, Paul, as we take a look at Much Trouble. And Kendrick Carmouche has gotten to know this son of Intimicious pretty well the last couple of starts.
Yeah, as in the first time he rode him, you know, he actually used his early speed going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And then last time, didn't really get left. Broke a tiny bit flat-footed, but they went so fast in front, Kendrick just sort of let him go into stride and let him float around. And then he passed some horses late. He really did. He came on, and sometimes that's hard to do first time over a surface. So you know that the horse enjoyed it, but no turf course is alike. You know, the 2 is the horse that's, you know, the filly is really getting played in here. And I know that her numbers match up, and the blinkers are good, and maybe because she's going to be forwardly placed in here with the new maybe running style with the 9, there is not a ton of pace in here unless the 6 takes to the turf and tries to go to the front end. Maybe people are thinking the 2 can get to the front and keep on going.
Well, here's a look at, going to move to Uhtred, the 3 for Christophe Clement, and this is the horse with the least experience in the field. There's Uhtred. For owner Robert Evans, Christophe Clement trained this one to a win at Gulfstream, first time out against 50 Maiden Claiming.
Yeah, and you just don't usually make that type of move at Gulfstream, but this horse floated up on the outside and just went by people. And the fact that Irad rode this horse first time out, obviously he's not here today, but you get Eric Cancel. I would think this horse is going to run a good race too, because the break sort of did him in, but he got right into the bit right after that. But look for him late. That's my top selection. Getting 4-1.
All right, we're on the inner turf here, and the inner turf listed as firm. Race 3, by the way. That's going to be on the Widener turf. Widener turf labeled as good. Our favorite at 8-5 from post 8. There is Variant Perception stepping in line for Chad Brown. Send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Race 2 from Belmont Park.
They're all in the gate. And the rough. Call Me Kayla is out first. And then it's Uhtred, and down at the inside is Willing to Speed. Now Hallstatt moves up on the outside along with Much Trouble, and then it's Variant Perception. They make their way for the backstretch, and Hallstatt is the leader. Much Trouble, Call Me Kayla, right together second and third. Then it's a hard-held Variant Perception. To his inside is Willing to Speed. They're followed by Spectator Sport, who's now back running in 6th. Mega City is alongside in 7th, and Uhtred is the trailer in 8th. After an opening quarter mile in 24 1/5 seconds. And it's big long shot Hallstatt in front here by a length. Then it's the trio of Call Me Kayla, Much Trouble, and in between horses Willing to Speed. Then comes Variant Perception, who's racing in 5th, 4 lengths from the front. Down on the inside is Uhtred. And then Mega City and Spectator Sport is the trailer in 8th. The opening half mile in 49 and 2. There goes the filly, Call Me Kayla, on the inside now to take over the lead from Hallstatt. Call Me Kayla is the leader midway around the far turn. Much Trouble is now moving up on the outside with Willing to Speed down towards the rail. Variant Perception gains ground on the outside. And they're moving for the top of the stretch. It's Call Me Kayla and Much Trouble right together. Just in behind, it's Variant Perception and Willing to Speed. You Tread is down at the rail. They're coming down for the 8th pole. Here comes Variant Perception up on the outside. Now to take over the lead. Variant Perception is in front. Much Trouble is back running in second. And then it's Willing to Speed. You Tread is looking for a way through, but Variant Perception has the lead in deep stretch, and Variant Perception is the winner. Little more than a length. Willing to Speed was second. Looked like You Tread got up for third over Much Trouble.
Variant Perception with the win. Chad Brown, Javier Castellano, Kendrick Carmouche on Much Trouble. Tough spot from that outside post.
Yeah, he got caught in tough outside, and he had to make an early move, but Castellano always sitting there chilly on the 8. You can see the 3 on the gallop out with Eric Council. I like to see the beginning of the race if we can. We'll go back to it a little bit. But, you know, what ends up happening here is the 2 hit the front end of the filly, and I think a lot of people thought that was going to happen. And it did, but, you know, the 2 horses that were the favorite were able to tackle her early, and then Variant Perception was able to just go on with it. The 3 was the second best horse in this race, or the best horse in this race. Eric Cancel made a poor decision on the first turn. He broke on top and ended up last by the time they rounded the far turn. I wish we could go back to the beginning of this race to show everybody where he broke, and then he actually got steadied all the way back. And he could have pushed the horse almost to the front end.
In the end, Variant Perception, 3-2 favorite, picks up career win number 2. For connections that win a ton of races, especially on the races that we cover. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Javier Castellano. You get a 17-1 shot, by the way, there in second with Willing to Speed. Finishes 8-1-3-9, it looks like.
Yeah, 8-1. And the Willing to Speed looked like she had a ton of horse around the turn, and she ran a really nice race there where Rajiv Raj kept her on the rail, gave her a great ride for Johnny Kimmel there, and she's going to cash a check here pretty soon, another check. She keeps running a good race.
So favorite to start things off on this Thursday card. We'll be back with the prices in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. You're watching America's Day at the races on Fox Sports 2. Variant Perception takes the second.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races here on Fox Sports 2, and a beautiful afternoon here in Elmont, New York on this Thursday card. At Belmont, into the winner's circle, Variant Perception for Chad Brown. Javier Castellano won 4 straight Eclipse Awards as outstanding jockey at one point. and owned by Klarvich Stables. Let's go back to the start, though, and what you were talking about with the 3 Uhtred.
Okay, watch the 3 Uhtred breaks very, very sharply. You can see right here. Now, the horse is in second place right now. Why would you take a hold of this horse right here? You're in third. You're in third. Now you're going to steady this horse completely all the way to last. It is just an absolutely, completely poor ride. He should be where the 2 is, or at least where the 1 is. And look, boom, he steadies here again. When he basically broke almost on top, he should be sitting where the 2 is, and she came running late. She might have been best. It's just one of those things where you have a rider like Eric. It's just, I'm not saying anything. He had Irad Ortiz on early when she won. Jockeys make a difference.
Maybe riding to instructions. She won from far off the pace in the debut.
No, I don't think the instructions were break sharp to second and then wrangle her all the way back to last.
Down the stretch.
As she's flying on. I mean, she's running here late. So if he has that position early, where is she at late? I'm just telling you.
In the end, she gets third, so she gets a piece of it. 8-1-3-9, the she. Actually was on the lead early in the stretch, Call Me Kayla, and winds up finishing out of the money. So variant perception, $5 for the victory. And again, favorite to start things off on this Thursday card here at Belmont Park. As we set up third for you, we saw Wesley Ward win the opening race with a 3-5 favorite, debuting. He's got 2 of the top choices in this race, both debuting inside and outside with Foolish Humor and Pushover.
Yeah, you always got to look at the tote board when it comes to the Wesley Ward runner. So obviously the one Foolish Humor is the horse that's been training well over at Keeneland, or at least it's been the talk of the town, is getting all the money right now.
Well, the Kentucky Derby appears to be wide open this year. We do have a heavy favorite for the Kentucky Oaks. That happens tomorrow. That is Bella Fina coming in from the West Coast. 6 for 8 in her career. One of her defeats, it did come in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies on that track at Churchill Downs, although she was in heat when that happened. Some fillies and Simon Callahan seemed to believe it affected her adversely, but she's no question the one to beat going in.
Yeah, and I really think she is a standout and a single in this race. I get it. She ran bad at Churchill Downs last year, but Jaywalk has some early speed. Motion to Motion. There's so many horses in here that have a lot of speed, and everybody's wondering, well, can Bella Fina get the distance? I think she's going to be just fine. She's going to set a great trip. She's got a great trainer. I mean, in Simon Callahan, a lot of people forget, he finished second in the Derby with Firing Line. He knows how to train a racehorse. This is in Kaleem Shaw's silks. Kaleem obviously used to be with Bob Baffert. He took over a lot of his horses, and they really have not fallen apart like a lot of people thought. So Simon knows what he's doing. I think Bella Fina is a standout.
She has been sensational as she's returned here in her 3-year-old campaign. Meanwhile, Restless Rider, she's going to be all the way on the outside, post 14 for Kenny McPeak. She was brilliant early on in her career. She would go on as well to win the Alcibiades late in her 2-year-old campaign.
She's never run a bad race. 7 races, 3 wins, 4 seconds. And here's the key with her. She does have 4 races at Churchill Downs with 2 wins and 2 second-place finishes. In the Ashland, she battled down the lane and just got the worst of it, losing by a neck with Brian Hernandez. He'll be aboard for 3 Chimneys. And she's a player. She just draws a very tough post position out there. In the
this was a 52-1 shot that would beat her in the Grade 1 Ashland. So with this win out for a spin, earned her way into the starting gate. She is going to have the rail with Irad Ortiz Jr. Meanwhile, Serengeti Empress, she was becoming a superstar in the division, and then in the Fairground Oaks, she had some issues.
Yeah, she did. She was stopped, she bled, she was vanned off. Knowing our colleague Tom Amos, he's not going to run her unless she's right, and she's been working great in the morning. She put in a 58 and 1 breeze. Talking to Tom out of this, he really loved it, and she came out of it great. And she's got some races to go to that can win this race. She's probably going to be the horse to catch in here, but there's just so much other speed in here.
Well, it's going to be fascinating to see her and Jaywalk, right? The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies champ go head-to-head.
That's why there's just going to be a fast pace in the Oaks, and I think Bella Fina will be sitting a lot farther back than people think.
Emotion. She's going to be part of that pace as well. She's right next door to Jaywalk. Jaywalk's one of the big question marks as well, too. She was so brilliant in her 2-year-old campaign, and then her 2 starts back, she's not been the same.
Yeah, and you start to wonder if this great filly by Cross Traffic is just a better filly around one turn. Again, another horse that does have a win, obviously, at Churchill when she won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Great, though, to see Serengeti Empress back for our colleague Tom Amos, who, again, is going to be with us later on down the line this summer. We'll see if she can break through and get this big win on Friday. Meanwhile, Champagne Anyone, she was a winner of the Gulfstream Park Oaks, won that race making an equipment change for the first time.
Yeah, she got blinkers for the first time, so you don't really know what you're getting in a filly by Street Sense, and usually Street Sense offsprings get better and better as they start racing. She's never really thrown a bad race in. The Goldenrod over a sloppy racetrack, she had a ton of trouble, and it seems like now she's grown up and gotten rid of her gait issues. I think she is the long shot in the race.
Her sire seemed to like Churchill Downs.
Yeah, oh yeah, just a little bit.
Street Sense,
Yeah.
of course, win a Kentucky Derby. We'll see. It is Bella Fina's race to lose. Yeah. She's 2-1 morning line. You think she goes off shorter than that?
I think she goes off at around 8-5, somewhere in that area. I think she's going to be very, very tough. And because Jaywalk, to me, would have been a clear second choice in this race, but I think there's so much speed in there that I think a lot of people will look at Bella Fina, and I think Champagne Anyone will get a lot of play, be second choice.
Tremendous card, both Friday and Saturday. Yes. Not just about the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby, all these superstars running on the undercard as well. A lot of big-time names we're going to be talking about coming up. We're going to take a break in the action. Can Wesley Ward do it again with a first-time starter? That's one of his 2 first-time starter fillies he has coming up here in race 3 over the turf. Post-parade and paddock report when we come back.
As commercial breeders, we're always looking for athletes. When I first saw Always Dreaming, I immediately knew he was the type of stallion that we want to breed to bring foals to market. With a great hip, a prominent shoulder, and a huge athletic walk, I knew he was the type of stallion to make his mark on the business. I'm Rob Tribbett, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. The love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. And you can share your love of the sport as well. Hashtag ABR at the races. Share your posts on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Share your wins, your fashion, your food, your Kentucky Derby parties, wherever you may be, hanging out, having fun, enjoying racing. And then we'll share it on our show down the line. Again, that's hashtag ABR at the races. I want to share your posts from social media. All right, we got race 3 coming up here at Belmont Park. It's 5 furlongs. This will be on the Widener turf course, which is labeled as good. As we get a look at one of the 2 firsters there for Wesley Ward. That is Foolish Humor. And 5-2 on the board right now. Joe Bravo, he'll be aboard. Let's go downstairs for a paddock report. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thank you, Greg. And that's who we'll start things off with here on my end. Wesley Ward will bookend this 2-year-old turf sprint going the 5 furlongs. And we'll begin with Foolish Humor, who, as far as pedigree, she's by Distorted Humor, but the dam is actually a half to multiple Greatest Stakes winner on the turf in Get Stormy, a proficient and fan favorite of Tom Bush's, who we watch blaze around these turf courses. So there's enough pedigree for me, and there's enough physicality to say that this filly could easily win this turf sprint first time out. Really nicely developed hindquarters, completely dappled head to toe. She just looks fast, and she's been really professional too, just laid back, taking it all in, but in tune as to why she's here. So I like that, and that's just what you see from these Wesley Ward first-time starters. Now, his other horse is not taking any money whatsoever, and that is number 7, Pushover. First foal I've ever seen from Caraconti, who was a very good kind of turf miler, and so there's enough pedigree for her. The dam was a good turf sprinter as well, sweet and low down. So there's enough pedigree. She has a bit of a turf look to her. She doesn't look as though she's doing quite as well. You know, her coat looks a little bit wispy and a little bit long compared to her stablemate, but she is really fit heading into here, but the board is saying absolutely not on number 7, Pushover. Number 6 is Dave's of Spring for trainer Todd Pletcher, but this is not a Pletcher move. When he debuts them in these turf sprints, it usually means they haven't shown them much on the main track in the mornings. She comes in, she's extremely well prepared. She doesn't look overly turf meant, to be quite honest. She is by Uncle Mo, who is a good influence kind of on either surface, so he's very versatile in what he produces. The dam never won on the turf, but she handled it. She's just not that convincing. You know, I'd much prefer, of these shorter price, higher profile connections, number 1, Foolish Humor, who I'm not pulling the wool over anybody's eyes. She's going to take a lot of money, as actually favoritism just dropped to number 6, Days of Spring. She's going to have to prove me wrong. I do prefer Foolish Humor, but the one I like the most, that hopefully we get the best price on, is number 4, Kit Kat Katie. Beautifully put together daughter of Sky Mesa. Looks as though she'll handle the turf. She's been professional, just nicely on the bridle, exuding confidence. She's been handled herself very nicely. She's well prepared. And Jeremiah Englehart, I know he doesn't have that kind of lofty record as Todd Pletcher and Wesley Ward in these 2-year-old races, but he can fire with one, and he can get one ready. Yes, he does better in the New York bred ranks, this one an Ontario bred, but I like what I'm seeing from Kit Kat Katie, and does get Javier Castellano in the irons today, Greg.
Yeah, that is a big positive, attracting Castellano to ride for the debut. The dam, by the way, of the 4 has produced 5 winners from 7 foals, and one of them was a 3-time winner on turf.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of upside in a lot of these horses in this race, and you know, when Wesley Ward's getting bid into, when he has 2 horses and one of them's not the favorite when these kind of races, he's usually the favorite in all these kind of races. And yeah, the Castellano horse getting bet, and Dave's of Spring is getting bet. Classy Sadie, the 5 for Cancel, is getting bet. There's a couple horses that are not getting dismissed at the window besides the 7. It's crazy.
8-1 on a Wesley Ward who was 5-2 morning line. Here's Classy Sadie. And first timer by MC. Classy Sadie actually was bought at the OBS March sale, had a 10-1 work, actually was on the wrong lead throughout in this work, wound up selling for $30,000.
Obviously a speedy filly of MC, just like her daddy, and she's been working pretty fast in the morning. Contessa, about 8%, putting horses on the turf, 12% first time out. So he's pretty good. He knows what he's doing, obviously, and at 9-1, makes a good appearance in the paddock.
And it looks like Gary Contessa put a zippy little work into this one as well on the Belmont training track recently. 3 furlong move that was the quickest to 34 at the distance. So here's the other Wesley Ward runner, and this is the one who is not getting bet at all, 8-1.
Yeah, not at all. Son of Caraconti, like Mags was saying. Listen, Caraconti won the Breeders' Cup Mile. Like, what do you get? Wesley Ward always has these obscure pedigrees, and it doesn't matter if they're bred to run short, long, middle distances. They're going to be fast out of the gate. But according to the tote board, they're telling you the 1's a lot better than the 7. But I would not be surprised, considering, you know, Wesley owns the 7. He doesn't own the 1. I'm not saying that happens.
Interesting to note.
But just letting you know.
Meanwhile, Days of Spring, Todd Pletcher and Rapoli stable send out the daughter of Uncle Mo right here.
Yeah, and this one's getting played. We've seen Todd over the last, I don't know, here in New York. He used to be so money with his first-time starter. He's been in a tiny bit of a little bit of a lull, and like we saw one just get passed earlier that looked like it was going to be live. But this filly from the jump has been getting bet on the board, bet in exotics. One thing in Florida that you get, you're allowed to work your 2-year-olds over the turf course. So he was able to do that, so he probably knows that this filly likes it.
Homebred for Rapoli stable. As we get another look at Jeremiah Englehart's filly here, Kit Kat Katie. And the current 9-5 favorite steps through the screen. And there's the one that just was bought out of that OBS work, the 5, Classy Sadie. That dam, Gems Classy Lass, has had a couple of foals try the turf and win over it. So we'll see. Basically getting a field of we don't know what. Everyone in this group, first-time starter.
Yeah, that's true. The one they paid $200,000 for. Everybody else has got a pedigree that, obviously, well, the 3's got a nice pedigree with hard spun, but some obscure pedigrees in here.
Post parade coming up. Is that 8-1 tempting on the other Wesley Ward runner?
It always is. The other runner's always tempting, isn't it?
8-1. Wow. Well, here's the one that's taken to play for Wesley. 5-2 on Foolish Humor from the inside post with Joe Bravo.
Yeah, you know, Wesley's put this horse over 3 different surfaces. The Turfway Park synthetic, the Keeneland Inner Track, which is the synthetic, and over the Keeneland dirt. So now I'm going to try the turf today.
And, of course, it was Joe Bravo and Wesley's first start in the opener, Aurelia Garland, who was the winner. 2-horse, Key Biscayne, 18-1, Rajiv Mirage.
Please, somebody tweet to me, where is ARI? I don't know if it's in Arizona, and I'm an Arizona bred.
That's where the works have come,
yes.
Yeah. 3-horse. See you at the breakers. Mark Cassie, Junior Alvarado at 8-1.
Yeah, the damn Calistoga. Let's turn out a couple in here. This one with Junior Alvarado aboard, and it's not a biggish type of filly. Maybe this horse wants to go around 2 turns.
Kit Kat Katie, here's the favorite. Daughter of Sky Mesa for Jeremiah Englehart.
Yeah, an Ontario bred, and if you want them for like increments, $5,810 they paid for this filly by Sky Mesa. But obviously she can run in the morning. She's getting played here in the afternoon.
Classy Sadie, the OBS grad at 9-1. Eric Consell aboard.
Yeah, debuts for Lasix for Pine Stable and Mr. Irwin.
He's in your doghouse right now. See if you can get out of it, Eric. Days of Spring. At 3-1, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli stable.
Yeah, familiar connections here. And the daughter of Uncle Mo getting played at the windows with Manuel Franco.
And the other Wesley Ward, 5-2 morning line, 7-1 right now. Dylan Davis rides pushover.
I don't know if they're telling you the horse is dead at all, or if this is just a get me race to get to maybe a little longer distance next time out.
Oh, we have Oaklawn Park racing as well out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And their track condition, when I last checked, well, it's sloppy now. It has started the day that way as well. But this is their opening race here coming up. 2-1 favorite. Honest and Lucky from the inside post. $12,000 maiden claiming event at 6 furlongs. And Vic Stoffer has the call.
More now. Come Get You Some and Up Tempo. They're at the post. They're off. Imaginary Music, Spark Joy, and Up-Tempo break best. All Right With Me and Come Get You Some with Honest and Lucky at the rail. Then it's My Talkative Sisters, and the trailer is Loyal. 3 across the track, Imaginary Music, Spark Joy, and Up-Tempo. Come Get You Some's about to join that threesome 4 wide and on the move. Up-Tempo puts her head in front. Then Honest and Lucky, 5th with 3 lengths to make up. All Right With Me just outside of her. Then it's 3 back to the 2 trailers, My Talkative Sisters and Loyal as they leave the backstretch.
stretch. Spark Joy has moved through inside of Up Tempo to take the lead, and Spark Joy is the leader by a head. Up Tempo is second. Come Get You Some 3 deep in third. These three right across the track. Imaginary Music is fourth with 2 lengths to make up. Honest and Lucky's outside of her and now swings 4 wide. Here's Honest and Lucky in the black cap with some momentum, 2 from the front. Spark Joy has the lead. Imaginary Music moves through to take over second, and now Imaginary Music and Spark Joy are 1-2, and Imaginary Music has taken over the front. She is now 2 in front of Spark Joy is second. Santana and Cohen 1-2 in the opener. Imaginary Music in front. Imaginary Music won by 3 1/4. Spark Joy was second. Honest and Lucky third. Up Tempo finished fourth.
Well, big shocker here in the opener. Ricardo Santana Jr., who has won, 6 straight riding titles at Oaklawn.
Right?
Steve Asmussen. And Robert Bruce, you're winning connections with a daughter of McLean's Music.
Yeah, and just dominating that field and winning like a favorite should. And you're right, Ricardo Santana just racking up wins.
Meanwhile, back here at Belmont Park, getting set for race 3 coming up. And there is See You at the Breakers, a first-timer for Mark Cassey. With more on this group, let's go to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. We'll check in with See You at the Breakers. Firster for Mark Cassey, a daughter of Hard Spun, who, it must be said, on the bottom side, this is all a dirt pedigree. Calistoga was a decent dirt sprinter for trainer Bill Mott, and even going back a generation, they were all dirt sprinters. But chatting with Jamie Begg, who is Mark Cassey's assistant here at Belmont, he said that Mark had told him that she wasn't beating much on the main track, but that what he saw down in Florida, in Ocala, where he trains most of his horses, where Mark is actually most of the time, she was showing a bit more on the turf. And what I can say here is that she looks like a filly that there's the frame there, there's the stature, but she has yet to fill it out. She just looks as though she could be a bit stronger, which could be the reason why she's not quite as competitive on the dirt yet in her career, because you do need a better muscled and just a stronger individual early on for them to be competitive on the main track. So I'm going to take the wait-and-see approach with her. She's intriguing because they feel as though she's a much better turf horse despite that pedigree. Number 5 is Classy Sadie. She's a New York bred, the only one coming out of a 2-year-old sale. And she looks like it. You know, you see these kind of homebreds or these horses purchased as yearlings, and they still carry a bit of that baby fat. This filly, Classy Sadie, she is about as fit as you could possibly ask a horse to look at this early on in their career, which I don't love. To be honest, I like them to have a little bit more, kind of carrying a little bit more weight. But at least she looks fit. She looks like a horse that would be precocious, that you need to fire early with, that you need to win races as a 2-year-old. She looks as though she should handle this surface as well. But for me, and she's taking a lot of money still, guys, it's all about number 4, Kit Kat Katie.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 5-2 on Kit Kat Katie. Meanwhile, Classy Sadie, the only New York bred in the field, as you take a look at the prices from the opener at Oaklawn.
Yeah, Imaginary Music got the job done. Actually, it was your second choice at 760, and Santana and Asmussen can continue their role there in Hot Springs as the board here is tightening up 3-5 to 2 shots. Now the one clicks to your favorite for Wesley Ward, Foolish Humor, sort of like the last race, and you can see Maggie lands on the 4 and Andy and I land on the 1. But in the first race, Wesley Ward's horse got hit late, Aurelia Garland, and went nicely. And now the 1 here is getting hit late. Now the 6 got hit back here. So,
yeah, 6 has become the favorite all of a sudden. And that price slowly starting to inch down on Wesley Ward's other runner. But here's his more highly regarded one as of now, who now becomes the favorite. Foolish Humor. Been working on the Keeneland training track most recently. And we'll see what happens here. $200,000 Daughter of Distorted Humor for Andrew Farm. And, of course, he has the 7 on the outside as well. Pushover, who we saw, I believe, as high as 8-1.
Yes.
And looks like she's going to go off at either 5-1 or lower right now. So Wesley Ward 3-5 in the first race. This is his specialty. There's his familiar WW Silks, the black and gold. And Dylan Davis will be aboard Pushover here for him. Will it be the other Wesley Ward horse at the better price who gets it done here He's inside and outside here in the third race. Coming up, you're watching America's Day at the Races. John Imbrial with the call, and a field full of first-time starters, 2-year-old fillies going 5 furlongs here on the Widener Turf Course.
Waiting for Days of Spring and Pushover. They're all in the gate. And they're off. From that inside post, Foolish Humor is hustled out of there, and now Pushover moves up from the extreme outside. And Pushover has cleared the field and is in front by a length over Foolish Humor. Then it's 2 lengths to See You at the Breakers. Next in third. Down on the inside is Kit Kat Katie, and alongside is Classy Sadie. 3.5 lengths to Days of Spring. And at the back is Key Biscayne in 7th. The opening quarter in 23 seconds. Pushover is the leader, length and a half. Foolish Humor runs in second. Then it's See You at the Breakers next in third, followed by Kit Kat Katie and Classy Sadie. The field is in the stretch, and here's Foolish Humor now to take over the lead. Pushover is back running in second. Then Classy Sadie, Kit Kat Katie, and See You at the Breakers on the outside. Foolish Humor has a 4-length lead, and Foolish Humor, it was all business today. She wins first time out. Kit Kat Katie got second narrowly over Classy Sadie.
2-year-olds debuting. That is Wesley Ward's game, and he does it again here after taking the opener with a first-timer. Takes the third as well with Foolish Humor.
Well, they knew what they were doing, right? They told you that the 7 was not live, was fast, but Foolish Humor, 2-year-old filly by Distorted Humor, was able just to put away her stablemate very easily. Kit Kat Katie, I'll tell you what, her stride started getting better and better, and that Ontario bred got bet at the window for a reason. She's going to be better when they go a little bit longer, but again, like you said, this is what he does. He wins these races in 58 and change. He prepares his horses like no other, and you see the way they break. They were 1-2 right out of the gate. It's like boom, boom, 1-7. He walks him in. I witnessed it one day, Greg. I remember asking him at Gulfstream Park West, the old Calder, how do you get your horses to break after that? He goes, come watch me. And he took his 2-year-olds in and out of the gate about 30 times. Almost like a dog, like, here, this is just totally cool, don't worry about it. And you rarely see Wesley Ward horses get left. And these 2-year-olds break so sharp, and the race is won right out of the gate.
Yeah, 5-furlong event like this, when you break sharp like that, what a huge advantage in here. And you got to sometimes just let the tote board be your friend.
True.
They told you here it was the 1 horse for Wesley, not the 7, the one to play. That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened. And focus here on the 4. When the 4 sees the 5, Classy Sadie, she starts to striding out here, and really, to me, looks like a horse that wants to go a little bit of distance to ground. And I thought ran a nice little second, and so did Classy Sadie at 21-1, ran a nice third.
Yeah, maybe with a better break from Kit Kat Katie next time. She certainly is one to watch. 1, 4, 5, 6, Wesley Ward, Joe Bravo. They do it again. They take the first, they take the third with a couple of first-time starters. 9-5 on Foolish Humor. Back with prices for the third. We'll set up the start of the pick 6 when we come back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
So my name is Robbie Hertzel. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back in the winner's circle, Wesley Ward and Joe Bravo again after those connections took the first, this time for Andrew Farm, and a first-time starter by Distorted Humor.
Yeah, the Giants Causeway mare, Foolish Cause. She debuted with Lasix, and she absolutely crushed. And congratulations, Joe Bravo, with another W on the card. Start your early pick 5. You do get a $12 pick 3, so it's been very, very chalky. Hopefully you can get a little bit of a price here in race number 4.
Jersey Joe, he's standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
That he is. 2 for 2 with the babies today is Jersey Joe Bravo. And Joe, Foolish Humor, she was not fooling around today. What I liked about her, Joe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, she broke sharp, but she sat, and she had a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, it's nice anytime you ride a 2-year-old for Wesley Ward, isn't it? You know, it's really just hang on and let them enjoy themselves. But, you know, a win on both of them today. They both relaxed, set off the pace, was in control. I had plenty of horse to play with. Let's see what the future brings. Wesley knows how to get him there.
And Aurelia Garland, she kind of hopped up a little bit at the break, but it didn't bother her, and it certainly didn't bother you.
When they win like that, come on. I think Wesley could have rode both of them today and won. Thanks.
He's been known to do that. He might have to reduce quite a bit. But, Joe, you know, this is kind of his game. He gears these horses up. Would you think that he might send Foolish Humor to Ascot?
My job is to get him out of the gate and get across the wire in front. That's the trader's job.
Would you like to go over there?
Love it. That's always on the bucket list.
All right, Joe. Well, congratulations. Well done here today.
Thanks, Maggie. Always good seeing you here in the paddock.
It's always good to see Joe and the sunshine, too, as he'll make his way back to the room, guys. He has had a pretty nice day so far.
And, you know, it's all, I mean, Wesley Ward, he's done so well at Royal Ascot. You have to start thinking with some of these youngsters, who's he's going to take over there this year.
Yeah, he usually, the pulse on his horses are unbelievable. He knows exactly which ones can run or not. The tote board tells you. She lowered her head nicely and got the job done. You never know, Wesley. He likes taking his shots, and he's done well.
Foolish Humor takes the opener at Belmont Park. Meanwhile, Imaginary Music took the opener at Oaklawn Park, and it was Ricardo Santana Jr. on board for that victory. He came to the United States as a 16-year-old back in 2009. Just 3 years later, he was the leading rider at Delaware Park. The next year, leading rider at Oaklawn. That has become familiar territory for one of the most talented young riders in the entire country.
I was going every morning with my dad to the racetrack, and look at me now. I follow my dad's dream. It was a really special horse for me. I got him since he was 2 years old. I broke his maiden here.
Creator, wow! Creator from nowhere, and he flees the scene.
It was really special for me in the darkness of early 2016.
And they're off in the Arkansas Derby. Creator is flying. Creator now strikes to the lead. Down the outside, sudden breaking news is coming late. Creator of sudden breaking news. Creator's almost there. It's Ricardo Santana Jr. It's Creator to win the Arkansas Derby. The winning jockey, the leading jockey, Jockey Ricardo Santana Jr.
Santana's one of the hardest riders you'll ever see. And he loves to win almost as bad as he hates to lose, which is definitely a trait you want when you're competing. You want somebody that hates to lose more than they love to win.
I don't know, I pass it inside the rail when this much room.
Since I was a little kid, my dad was a jockey. He's not riding anymore because he broke his back. Bro, he coming with me every day to the track, and he's like my angel. He's my other half. When I was a little kid, I was a favorite jockey that was following him everywhere. Gary Gomez, rest in peace. That was my favorite rider, and he's still my favorite rider.
Well, He's had a taste of the Triple Crown already. We're taking a look at the Oaks here. He's going to be on a couple of long shots in both the Oaks and in the Derby. He'll ride Lady Apple, 20-1 morning line for Steve Asmussen, winner of the Grade 3 Fantasy. She's won 3 in a row coming in.
Yeah, she has, and she's going to have to step it up a little bit, obviously, with the likes of Bellafina and some of the other ones in here. But listen, like we said before, Asmussen and Santana, you cannot get any hotter connections than they have been.
His first Kentucky Derby mount, Ricardo Santana Jr., that was with Tapiture back in 2013. Of course, he was third in the Preakness last year with Tenfold. He'll ride Pluquet Parfait, breaking from post 9, 30-1 morning line, winner of the UAE Derby. So far, we've not seen a UAE Derby winner win the Roses so far. 5th was the best finish to this point.
Yeah, and you're starting to wonder if it's ever really going to happen after you've seen Thunder Snow win back-to-back Dubai World Cups, and then when he came over here, what happened to him in the Derby. I think it's just a tough thing to do at this age, and he's going to be a big long shot.
Well, UAE Derby, it all came together for the son of Point of Entry, who things just went completely wrong in the Risen Star. Was no match for War of Will in the Lecomte, but maybe starting to come into his own. But now making that trip to Dubai, to Kentucky, asking quite a bit in a short amount of time.
A lot of it. Listen, we talked about the horses that have come over here, and they have become good horses. Gronkowski, Thunder Snow, but it's just hard to do, you know what I mean? After a while, yeah, I get it, but not this Saturday.
Master of Hounds in 2011. Best finish ever in a Derby from a UAE Derby winner. Finished 5th, actually.
5th, okay.
Earn a little extra on your Oaks and Derby Exactas with the Naira Bets app. All Oaks and Derby Exactas hit on the Naira Bets app earn a 10% winner's bonus. Bonus capped at $20 per day. Visit NairaBets.com for all the details. We're going to take a break in the action. Much more coming up on America's Day at the Races on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Here in Elmont, New York, the Pick 6 coming up next. We'll set it up for you when we return on Fox Sports 2.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We have the Pick 6 coming up next here at Belmont Park. 1-turn mile, an allowance optional claiming field as we take a look at the morning line favorite, Alba Robella for trainer Todd Pletcher, Javier Castellano, and maybe this horse, Paul, ran a little bit too good on that sloppy racetrack last summer because off that performance that was so good, they put him in some tough company.
Yeah, they did. They tried him in the in the Remington Park Oaks and then the Comley, and she sort of gave it up late, a little bit more in the Comley, and maybe she just wants one turn and wants the cutback, and maybe we'll see the best of her. But she just didn't like those two races. But over the sloppy racetrack at Saratoga, what we're showing you, she really ran well that day. That enhance her, I don't know, but her other 3 races around one turn are good.
And it's not like she's just a sloppy track specialist. She actually broke her maiden on a fast track at Keeneland. That was at 7 furlongs. So she has been able to handle this type of surface as well. Time for a paddock report. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And coming back off of that layoff is number 3, Albero Bello, for trainer Todd Pletcher, sitting at even money on the board as of now. And look, she's a filly that last time I questioned how good she was doing. She was completely washed out that day. And 2, I know she won going 1 1/8 at Saratoga. She got to control the up there that day on the front end. And I do believe that cutting back here today to the 1-turn mile, the 8 furlongs, is better. But once again, she's completely washed out. Now, it might be just her, but I don't like it. For a filly that has a lot of lines in her form, that has been away from the races, obviously has some issues to overcome, it usually is an indicator of nerves, that they're a little bit worried about what's about to happen. She does look extremely well conditioned. She could win just because it's a short field and there's not a lot of competition, and she gets some class relief. But for me, I'd rather look elsewhere, and I'd probably land, or I will land, on number 1, Crimson Frost, who does tend to run well, Greg, off a bit of a freshening, and she's always right there as well.
Yes, she is, especially of late. A victory that came back in December. Since that time, 4 consecutive starts where she has hit the board in each, but looking to get back into the winner's circle for the first time since that December 7 race. We'll get back to this race, approaching the 12-minute mark to post. We have more from Oaklawn coming up. Their second race, 1 1/16. 4-year-olds and up in this spot as we check in with Nancy Holthus for the first time today.
Thanks so much, Greg. Well, there's a very interesting horse in here who is looking to become the first and lone 5-time winner at the race meet, but I'm going to try to beat that horse by a horse owned and trained by Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana. They are looking to score the early daily double. That is the number 2, Point Hope. He was extremely calm in the paddock, but he livened up when he got out on the track with the pony. He is warming up very, very nicely, and it's a hot duel for the leading jockey. Ricardo Santana currently at 73 wins, trying to earn his 7th riding title. This horse is also a full brother to a multiple stakes winner. He debuts for the Asmussen barn off the $10,000 claim down at the fairgrounds in mid-March. When he did face starter allowance optional 10 claimers, he settled off the field early. He closed to run a really good third. Now the barn, they fire very solid numbers when debuting off the purchase. He scored a really sharp 7-length win prior to that over the slop when facing lesser $5,000 claimers. He is going to break from the rail post today. The horse that he is trying to beat, the current favorite, but not taking a whole lot more money, is that horse looking for the 5th win at the meet. That is the number 3, Red Again. He was a little high when he did break free from the pony, warmed up on his own, got a little bit warm, and we'll see if he's calmed down again. He is back with the pony. He's been very successful at the meet, winning 4 of 5. He's shown impressive speed. He doesn't have to have it, but it looks like he is going to be the pace setter today. Alex Conchari in the irons for trainer Aaron Shorter. Greg, we'll see if the Asmussen-Santana connections can get it done here and score the early daily double. Greg, back to you.
Nancy, thanks. And there is the horse that you're talking about, Point Hope, for Asmussen. And Santana, as Nancy mentioned, Ricardo trying to win a 7th consecutive riding title here. But next door, this one right here, Red Again, as sharp as can be.
Yeah, sharp. Like Nancy was saying, 4 for 5 and looking for the 5th win at the meet. Asmussen's got a plan in here, I would think. He's got a 10-year-old gray, crooked as can be, and I think he's going to play the crooked part in this little play we're going to see here. He's going to be sent to the front and try to keep everybody company so he can set up the kick for his stablemate, Point Hope.
That's him right there, the 6 horse. So a little rabbit action potentially from the 6. Red again. Can he win a 4th here at the meet? He'll break from post 3. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 2, Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Red again broke well, so did Ransack, who's taken in hand, so Red again is going to be the leader. Crooked as Can Be and Opportunistic are next. Point Hope was slow into stride, but now moves up at the rail, and the early trailer is Big Shot Lacewell. Not much pace on to the backstretch with Red Again and Ransack. Those two gallop along. Red Again's ahead in front. Ransack now turns up the pressure a bit, and now he puts his head in front, and the two of them quicken a bit. Crooked as Can Be tracks those 2 front runners. He's 2 from the front. It's another 6 lengths back to Point Hope. He's 4th with 8 lengths to make up. Opportunistic has 13 lengths to close, and if Big Shot Lacewell wins it, he'll pass them all and make up 15 lengths in the final 5 furlongs as Ransack and Red Again are 1-2. Ransack ahead in front of Red Again in second. Perfect trip for Crooked as Can Be. He races in third and a length and a half from the front. Those 3 have now opened up 10 full lengths on Point Hope in 4th. Then it's another 5 back to the 2 trailers, Opportunistic and Big Shot Lacewell. They round the far turn, Red Again and Ransack, and now Red Again is ahead in front. Ransack is second, Crooked as Can Be, angles 3 wide, and here comes the gray. Crooked as Can Be within a half length of the lead. Still 8 back to Point Hope, top of the stretch, Red Again, Ransack and Crooked as Can Be. These 3 stretch right across the racetrack, and Red Again is a half length in front. Ransack's gone, so Crooked as Can Be looks like the only danger, and Red Again is drifting out, but also opening up, and here is a horse to win his 5th race at the meet. Well, how about that? Red Again, good for you in front. Red Again won by 3. Big Shot Lacewell got second, Crooked as Can Be third, and Point Hope was 4th.
Especially in this day and age, you do not see horses win 5 times at a race meet. It is very infrequent.
Yeah, and after winning 5 times, nobody wants to dip in and claim this Son of Mine Shaft, but you know, the 6 to gray made the move. Everybody gave him some token pressure. Like Vic said, Stauffer, the track announcers, they weren't going crazy fast, but still, when you have pressure on you, you are getting looked in the eye. And I looked at you, and I'm like, Red Again, just a better horse than these horses. There's nobody going by him, and he's just right now just in great, great form. And Aaron Shorter's just done a great job with this Son of Mine Shaft.
He has won now 5 of his last 6 starts. They've all come at this meeting. Talk about a horse for course. And he's done it on a good track, a muddy track, a fast track, and now a sloppy track at this meet.
Yeah, and, you know, the other Asmussen runner, the 6 ran really good, Crooked as Can Be. I
The
thought
10-year-old.
Yeah, I thought the 10-year-old would be the one up in front. Meanwhile, the other one, the 2 Point Hope, just did not take to this wet track at all. And it looked like the 4 might have caught the gray there for second. Big Shot Lacewell in the last couple stages to round out the exacta.
All right, back to Belmont Park. Pick 6 is coming up. And we're going to kick things off with a 1-turn mile in an allowance optional claiming field. Crimson Frost is at even money right now. And here is Crimson Frost, Junior Alvarado for Linda Rice, coming off back-to-back second-place finishes at this level.
She had gotten beaten by Jump Ruler, who was the 5's out of here, so I guess, I don't know. I guess she's the one to beat.
Here's Alba Rebello, 6-5 for Pletcher.
Maybe the one to catch, I guess. You know, our last couple of races, like you said, was probably over her head, but maybe she's going to be the one to catch today.
Daria's Angel, Robitraus sends out. This one's speedy.
Yeah, I like Daria's Angels in here. I think she's the one that's in the best form.
And that's your field.
That's your field.
We got 3 horses going postward in this 4th race, and even money, 5-2, separates every single one of them. Coming up, get signed up, get started, play along just in time for the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bet's new customers. Bet $25 on the Derby with that promo code ROSES. Run second or third, and you get that $25 back. You also get $200 in your account within 2 weeks of wagering your first $200. It's all available at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Let's take a look again at the field morning line for the 145th running of the Kentucky Derby. Of course, the huge news, morning line favorite, Omaha Beach, out with a breathing issue. Going to keep him out of training for about 3 weeks or so. We'll see him down the line later this summer.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what they do with the auxiliary gate. It seems like the auxiliary gate gives you a little bit of a break. And when you look, now it's a scratch, are they going to move Roadster and Game Winner to the 15 and 16, which would move one of them out of the auxiliary gate, which you get a little gap. So that's going to be very interesting what happens there. But I think Roadster being outside is a good thing now, the way the Kentucky Derby's been run. So I'm telling you, Game Winner's going to be a handful.
Yeah, so everyone who was wherever Omaha Beach was, they move them on down the line. And you used to think a long time ago that auxiliary gate and that separation there, it can actually be a good thing sometimes.
Yes.
You have a little separation there.
Plus, you're one of the last to load. Listen, we've seen it before. It takes a long time to load 20 horses, 20 wound-up horses with 70 to 80,000 fans. It's nature. It's the bottom line. So you don't want to be in the gate too long. So the auxiliary gate has been the popular place to be, and you want to be like right in the 16 or the 17, right in there where you can get that little bit of a gap. And if you break a tiny bit slow, you're okay. You break a tiny bit slow in the first 5 slots, 1 through 5, you're going to get crushed because everybody's just going to come down at you. They let you play the first 200 yards, 300 yards or so. I mean, we saw horses get cut off before in the Derby plenty of times going into the first turn. You basically got to knock somebody down. I mean, I hope that never happens, but they let you play to the first turn, so post position is giant. The break's giant.
We're going to hear, it's huge. We're going to hear from Todd Pletcher on his Derby duo a little bit later on in the show. Cutting humor. Post 10 and sign off post 19 with Manny Franco coming off that second in the Louisiana Derby. But first things first here, dealing with today's action in this 4th race here coming up. And 2 horses on the board at even money.
Yeah, there are, and I like the 4. How about that? The other one that's not even money. What do you think about that?
No, it's going to be the horse likely who was out in front. They're going to have to play Come Catch Me, right? But these small fields, too, you never really want to let anyone get any kind of huge separation.
No, that's true. When you have these small fields, no one really gets too far away from each other. It turns into a little bit of rider's race. It really doesn't matter who's in front or not. It just turns into basically a furlong to 2 furlong sprint to the wire. And I'm hoping the 4 can beat this field.
So Dylan Davis has the responsibility here aboard Daria's Angel to try and get to the front, see if he can keep on going on this 5-year-old mare. Meanwhile, Alba Rebello, the daughter of Bernardini, you know, she did go gate to wire in the slot. That was at 1 1/8, however. And the maiden win at 7 furlongs. She was very close to the pace as well. That was a Keeneland. And she just aired on that occasion. But we'll see. Coming out of back-to-back grade 3s where she has had a tough go of it, does that break your will a little bit?
That's a good question. You know, she's got to bounce back, right? She's had 2 really rough efforts. Todd's given her time off. She hasn't run since November. She's been at Palm Beach Downs. He probably wanted to get her a race at Gulfstream Park and couldn't. So they bring her back here, and hey, listen, they landed in a 3-horse field, so they landed in a great spot. But she does not deserve to be 3 to 5 in this 3-horse field.
Silks look familiar, don't they?
Yeah, China Horse Club. You ever heard of Arrowgate?
You ever heard of Justify?
Pretty good ones.
In the infield here, that we're just looking in the lake area. Of course, Justify wore those silks to first 2 legs we had off tracks, right? We could barely see the Preakness.
Well, the Preakness, yeah, was the downpour, yeah. And you know what? American Pharoah and Justify, their 2 best races were the Derby. It's almost like they needed that race, and then they just pole vaulted themselves into fitness.
And that's the one that I thought for sure Point Given was going to be the one to break it. That's the one he could not get, but then bounced back.
And that's the one that
won the next 2 legs.
That's the one that will, no pun intended, baffle Bob, because Bob will tell you, like, now Justify and American Pharoah have gotten into Point Given's league, but for the longest time, he is so mystified how Point Given ran so bad. And then he won the Preakness in the Belmont by about a total of 25 lengths. It was crazy. He even says he's probably the most talented, freakish horse that he had, and then until he got American Pharoah, obviously, and Justify, yeah.
Pick 6, it starts right here, and going to be a little race riding. see what happens with just this 3-horse group, what gamesmanship takes place. But it looks like the 4 with Dylan Davis is going to be the one that have to come and catch early on here in this 3-horse race. But everybody a short price, although, yeah, you're getting 7-2 right now on the 4.
Don't you like that? Small field, big price?
Coming off a stakes win in the Sis City at Aqueduct.
Why not, right?
2-time winner at Belmont as well on this surface. We'll see how it plays out. John Imbrial with the call. Race 4, Belmont Park, here on America's Day at the Races.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Daria's Angel is out for the early lead. Alberto Bello runs in second. Crimson Frost, the early trailer, in third. Now Alberto Bello goes up to grab the lead away from Daria's Angel. The 3 of them head up the backstretch. Alberto Bello leads here 3/4 of a length. Daria's Angel on the outside is second, and it's a gap of 4 back to Crimson Frost in third. The opening quarter mile in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And it is the 3-5 favorite Alberto Bello leading here by a length, with Daria's Angel continuing to race in second, 3.5 lengths back to Crimson Frost in third. The field is heading for the far turn. Alberto Bello holding on to the lead over Daria's Angel. Alberto Bello by a length. Daria's Angel in second. And Crimson Frost now getting just a bit closer now in third. Midway on the turn, Alberto Bello, 3/4 of a length. Daria's Angel on the outside. 2 lengths to Crimson Frost, who is rallying down towards the rail. Now switches to the outside for the run to the top of the stretch. It's Alberto Bello. Daria's Angel's under the whip. Crimson Frost is on the outside. 3/4 went in 1:09 and 4. It is Alberto Bello with the lead and 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Crimson Frost in second. Daria's Angel is back running in third. Alberto Bello leads by 2. Crimson Frost is all out in second. They come down for the finish, and it will be Alberto Bello. Won by a little more than 2. Crimson Frost was second. Daria's Angel third.
Alberto Bello with the win, and wins at a short price. 3-5 is the post-time favorite.
Yeah, Javier Castellano just sitting chilly the whole way around the race course. You could tell there was just no fret at all. And Daria's Angel and Dylan Davis kept looking under his shoulder like he has horse, and I don't know what he was looking, because Javier was just sitting chilly. The ears were pricked forward on the 3, and she just ran a fast time, because we haven't seen them clicking too fast at times so far today. But she just went 1:09 and changed to the 6 furlongs and just went on with it at 3-5, and which is much the best.
We have seen favorites win every single race so far today at Belmont. 3-1-4 finish. Javier Castellano on the chalk, odds on to kick off the pick 6 sequence here in the 4th at Belmont. This daughter of Bernardini wins for the 3rd time in 7 career starts. We'll be back with prices, doing a little shifting here coming up. Andy Serling will join us for the first time this afternoon after the break. Paul off to do some reporting for us, but we'll be back plenty more. America's Day at the Races coming up right after this. Stick with us on Fox Sports 2.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
It's America's original sport, And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This is America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost during his career while sprinting. A perfect 7 for 7. He did it all while racing medication-free. Now stands in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Great to have you with us. Race 4 at Belmont Park is in the books, and 3-5 favorite, Alba Rebello gets the victory. Todd Pletcher, China Horse Club, Javier Castellano on board for the win at 3-5. And a couple of wins today for Javier, $3.40. You have not become rich this afternoon betting these first 4 races on the card. It has been Chalk City so far, but we got a long way to go. And our pick 6 underway, keeping, I would think, just about everybody alive at this point, as the 4th is in the books. We'll set up the 5th right now, and race 5 is a mile on the Widener turf course. It is a $40,000 claiming race. Retro Street, Derek Ryan, and look who, Javier Castellano, looking for a 3rd on the afternoon. Joining me on set, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper, and obviously the huge news today, morning line favorite Omaha Beach coming out of the Kentucky Derby. Devastating news, obviously, for everyone who wanted to see this horse run, but especially for his Hall of Fame trainer.
Yeah, I know. You really have to feel for Richard Mandella. It's so hard to get any horse to have a chance in the Derby, and to have a horse that's the favorite and a big chance to win. It's got to be very hard. And it's funny, I mean, not funny, but on this Triple Crown Trail, one of the stories has been that really nobody's gotten hurt. Everybody's continued on and done well. And fortunately, it's nothing that's going to be severe, and he'll be back racing. We could well see him in Saratoga this summer, but it's a big blow to the Kentucky Derby and his connections.
And trapped epiglottis caused a breathing issue, having a very minor surgery. Going to be out of training for about 3 weeks, and they're hoping to see him back in action late June, early July. Going to hear from him again later this summer.
Let's hope it's a blessing in disguise.
Could be. Yeah, absolutely. Got to be tough, too. Mike Smith had that tough choice to make on Omaha Beach or Roadster. You never know. We'll
Mike's
see
done
what
pretty
happens.
well. Mike's done okay.
He's okay.
He'll be all right.
Red again, back at Oaklawn Park. Aaron Shorter, Alex Contraria, what a neat horse here. Wins 5th time at the meet at Oaklawn, which, how rare is that to win 5 times at a single meet?
It's amazing when you think about it. I think we saw a horse the other day that had won its 5th straight race and 4th straight at Oaklawn as well.
Yeah.
It feels like some of the horses just like it there.
Red again, he's done it on a fast track, good track, muddy track, and sloppy track as well during this meet. Just incredible. Race 3 at Oaklawn. It is a 6-furlong sprint, state bred company, $12,000 maiden claiming group. Run Ballerina is taking all the money right now. Ricardo Santana Jr., rider change there, aboard for Kellen Gorder.
Does have that towering 40 buyer, which really makes her a layover in this field. Up for 40 buyer last time. I don't know that she'll be 3-5 at post time, but she's the horse to beat.
All right, we'll have more coming up from Oaklawn in just a bit. Danny Caldwell has a couple of intriguing runners we're going to see going postward this afternoon as well. He actually grew up on a farm and was introduced to racing at a very young age, but he became a trainer later on in his life. He was a three-sport athlete in high school, quarterback in college, and he's ultra competitive, something that he said has made him so successful in the claiming game.
When you play the claiming game, you have to be ready to claim at any time, any day, because you may lose a couple of horses, like I lost one yesterday. Today I need to pick up a couple more. The claiming game is where you get return on your investment much sooner. It's also risky, so it don't always go the way you want it to go. But buying a yearling, you never really know what you're buying. You go pedigree, you can go confirmation, but again, you still don't know if they've got the heart, and you can't do heart transplants in this business.
Severe very determined here, and Severe is going to prevail.
When you make $10,000 on the claim and $20,000 on the purse, That's what keeps me in business.
That's winning.
And they're off.
Get out.
Good start for Bayard.
Get up and get a check. Come on.
Big guy Ian Wire. Bayard was next. Good gap back to Mr. Benz.
I had that horse 2 weeks. We run third. We make a couple of thousand. We maybe lose him for 8. I give 62.50, which it really don't matter. That means I'm making a little money. And all right, I got to go look at this horse. I just got to keep reloading. So almost every claiming race, I've got to go look at horses. I'm going to look at Snuggly Bear. I put in a lot of hours. You ask my wife, Allison. She can tell you all about the hours that I put in.
It is, what time, Danny? 10:21. This is a normal Friday night for us. We are watching replays and studying horses for possible claims.
And there's a lot of pressure. There's pressure to win.
He's running over the head way high. We'll see if he levels out down the line.
Well, a coaching career, when you're at a 2A school like I was at Panama, Oklahoma, you coach everything from one sport to the next. I've done that 13 years, enjoyed every minute of it, but just wanted to do something different. The pay wasn't real great, and I wanted to be in the horse business down the road, and I knew I wasn't going to get there by coaching. I learned a lot from Kelvin Sampson when he was at OU coaching basketball. I was at a clinic, and he was the one that told me about opportunity. You only get that opportunity once or twice in life, so you better take it when you get it. And so when my brother came to me about the natural stone business to do something different, I took that opportunity and it worked out for me to start the business and allowed me to get into horse racing. Looking to claim and hopefully up the horse or at least get it back to the same condition. And if I can make the purse money like I did yesterday on Severe, I made $10,000 on the claim, I made $20,000 on the purse money, and I only had the horse 2 weeks. Well, he ought to be fit because we've run him over the track already, so. Come on, Floyd. Get down. Now I've got money to work with to maybe get a couple more horses.
Well, here's the horse that Danny owns, Rocket First, in this third race coming up. He carries a condition book with him wherever he is, runs his horses where they belong. He said there was a point a few years back he won 6 straight shakes in a row when you have multiple trainers and ownership groups going for a horse. He also would then go on to lose 6 straight shakes in a row.
I hope they have that thing when they have a shake where people bet all the people in the shake, because he would have really scored out. Yeah, I don't know if everybody does that, but I know they do that sometimes.
I hope he parlayed it for the 6 in a row. Yeah, we'll see if Rocket First can win for him. He is a price coming up in this third at Oaklawn here, 17-1 on the board. We're going to take a break in the action. Not just Omaha Beach with drama at the Derby. High Cal, he's 50-50 for the Kentucky Derby, having some foot issues. Maggie Wolfendale has more on that. She steps in next for me right after a break.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter.
He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, we are brought to you by Claiborne Farm, doing the usual unusually well. Wow, it looks like horse heaven out there in Kentucky. As we want to welcome you back to our third floor clubhouse studios. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, sitting in for Greg Wolf, and to my right is, or left, always bad with my left and right, Andy Sterling. I know, this is true. People think I'm really big because you're really short. Did you know that?
I think you're shorter than me.
They always say, I thought you were a lot bigger when they see me in person. No,
Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? They say something?
All right. Well, we are bringing you action from out at Oaklawn Park today. Race number 3 from the sloppy dirt out there at good old Oaklawn. Andy, we are taking a look at this race here, who are approaching the gate. And what are your thoughts on this this claimer, maiden claimer, 12-5? I mean, it's for state breds. Does whoever gets to the lead win?
Well, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I haven't been watching their races. I don't know if speed is carrying. This track is sloppy there. But obviously the favorite, Run Ballerina. I mean, at the end of the day, she's run by her speed figures of 30 and 40, and the 40 in particular makes her considerably the horse to beat in here. Now, I think the 2 horses, if you're looking to beat her, would be the 6 Our Lucky Star and the 10 Cash Me Outside. Both of these horses are cutting back from route to a sprint. And as you know, that's probably my favorite angle in racing.
That Cash Me Outside, you know the joke about that?
No.
It was this internet sensation of this girl who had a bit of a hot head, and she was on the Dr. Phil show, and she yelled at the audience, "Cash me outside," instead of "Catch me outside."
Oh, and that's where the name comes from?
Yes, cleverly named.
Maggie's just got all the good stuff.
I'm
came
hip
in here ready to go.
I'm hip to my pop culture, and I'm hip to Vic Stalver, who has the call of Oaklawn race number 3.
Our Lucky Star. Rocket First. Run Ballerina. Two more now, Banker Nita and Cash Me Outside. They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Miss Emerson, who goes for the front. Wish for Candy and Nana Banana are next. Then Our Lucky Star and Run Ballerina with Cash Me Outside and Storman's Shoes. Rocket First and Banker Nita are next, and the trailer is Suspicious Lady. Miss Emerson up the backstretch. She's a length and a half in front of Wish for Candy second. A similar margin to Our Lucky Star in third. Run Ballerina moves through at the rail, and Run Ballerina is fourth now and about 3 from the front. Then comes Cash Me Outside with 5 lengths to make up. She's 4 in front of Rocket First and Banker Nita. Nana Banana is 10 from the lead, and the 2 trailers are still Storman's Shoes and Suspicious Lady as they round the far turn, and we have a new leader. It's Wish for Candy at the top of the stretch. Wish for Candy is now 2 lengths in front of Our Lucky Star. Run Ballerina stays at the rail. She's 3 behind. In the center of the racetrack comes Banker Nita, and she's on the move as well, as is Cash Me Outside in the center. Several chances. Wish for Candy, Run Ballerina up the rail. Cash Me Outside. Banker Nita is closing 2. Cash Me Outside has taken the lead. Banker Nita is going to run into second. Cash Me Outside, Banker Nita, Cash Me Outside in front. Cash Me Outside beat Banker Nita 3/4 of a length. Wish for Candy was third, and finishing fourth was Our Lucky Star.
Well, our nameplay came home, Andy. Cash Me Outside. She was outside, and they couldn't catch her.
That was a heck of a handicapping angle there, Maggie. I'm very impressed by that. It's a skill you really need to use more often.
Did I ever tell you that's how I learned to read? Is reading the program and picking names. There you go.
I'm gonna stay out of that one. I feel like there's trouble in there. I wonder about the 8-run ballerina going inside. I wonder if the rail's not the place to be.
Especially on that sloppy track. Well, she was the beaten favorite. Oaklawn race number 3 will have the prices coming up for you, but you need to be a Naira Bets member. Play the late pick 4 at Churchill for a chance of a 10 million hit and split. So 10 million, or sorry, 1 million. Go ahead, Andy. Correct me.
It's 1.
It's 1 million. 1 million
It's
point bonus. Friday's late pick 4 has 2 million point hit and split bonus, and the late pick 4 on the Derby has a 3 million point hit and split bonus. So if you hit those all 3 late pick 4s, you'll split the 4 million point bonus. So there you go. That's somehow all the 10 million points are
1,
on
2,
the
3,
line.
and 4.
Exactly.
It's
My
confusing.
math isn't great,
No,
to be quite
I have
honest.
more. I've been dealing with it for a while. So I'm ahead of you.
Well, there is your field for the 145th Kentucky Derby presented by Woodford Reserve. As you've heard on the show, or maybe you haven't, we did see that late defection of the morning line favorite in Omaha Beach due to an entrapped Epiglottis. Will this guy run as well? He's 50-50 high call. He was third in the Wood Memorial. He now has a foot abscess. We'll catch up with him in a little bit as far as is he going to run or not? I mean, we have to check in with Kieran McLaughlin to see if this foot abscess is going to keep High Call out of the Derby, as well as where he sees him during the run for the Roses.
Yeah, there's enough pace in the race. Yes, there's 4 or 5 of them that will be forwardly placed. How fast they go, we're not sure. The faster they go, the better for us big closers. So you don't know. They went 44-2 in the Gotham, and that helped us come and running to win. They obviously won't go that fast here, but 45 and change would be great, 46 even. So we just have to see, but the faster they go, the better for us closers.
All right, that's Kieran McLaughlin. Yes, High Call. If he runs, he will be one of the late closers. He'll be looking for a little bit of a hot pace.
He'll need every bit of a hot pace. I hope he's doing okay, and I feel for Kieran and Raj either way. But Heichel's a nice horse, and Derby or not, he'll be around to fight another day.
B's and B's will kick off our post parade here for race number 5, claiming 40 for the fillies. 1 mile on the turf course. Andy, this gal trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, and she's on a number of horses trying the turf for the first time. Her dam did win in the turf, but it's not exactly a pedigree that's screaming grass.
Number 2 is Diamond in Storm, another one trying the turf for the first time, coming in from Parks for Robert Moscow.
She could be a fly in the ointment outside of the 2 favorites towards the outside. She's got enough pedigree. Her dam won in the grass, and her second dam produced some turf winners.
Handrail will return to the New York Racing Association after a winter at Tampa for Derek Ryan.
1 of 2 horses for this trainer in this race. This is the much bigger priced one.
Gary Contessa will send out number 4, Shack's Hidden Gem.
You know, this horse actually ran well enough as a 2-year-old that with a little improvement, she could be there.
Mom, I Forgive You will stretch out in distance as well as trying the grass for John Toscano.
She could be a pace factor, but she certainly doesn't have a pedigree that's saying, I want turf.
That is very true. As she's a diva, she'll try it again after a disappointing effort on the turf.
This could be Maggie's hunch bet, actually, for this race.
Or yours.
He's a diva.
He's
Would
a
be
diva.
mine,
Duh.
Maggie.
Sorry.
Please. A little credit.
Retro Streets number 7, the other Derek Ryan.
Yeah, this is probably the one to beat off of a couple of wins. They're not thrilling races, but there's really not a lot to go on as far as turf form in this race.
Javier Castellano gets the leg up as well. Long shot. She Makes Me Smile is number 8 for Bruce Brown.
She made a lot of horses smile when she won at 35-1 2 starts ago. Not a lot of turf pedigree, though.
Trainer change to Mike Maselli. The horse on the outside is number 9, Trixie's Time.
Maggie and I are leaders of the Mike Maselli fan club. Her last race could make her very tough here.
Yeah, I thought so, too. I mean, she set a very quick pace in that Gulfstream 2-turn mile.
She'll have to rate, though, here. That's the thing. I mean, she does get the right post for rating towards the outside, but she's unlikely to get the lead from the likes of Diamond and Simon and Mom, I Forgive You.
And number 7, as we were talking about, Retro Street, as you said, the possible one to beat. We'll check out her last race, which was March 8th. It was a winning one at Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, she ran very much with the flow of the race because it was a race where the pace basically collapsed. In fact, the 4th place finisher was the speed, and that horse came back to improve dramatically with a win in its next start. 2nd place finisher did come back to win out of it. Listen, nobody is going to confuse these efforts with stakes quality performances, but you only have to be as good as the horse you're running against, and she's supposed to get some pace to run into.
Exactly, and you know, she's kind of one of those ones that took a while to break her maiden, then now all of a sudden the proverbial light bulb's going off for her.
Yeah, we'll see if she ships up from Tampa and she can bring that form here.
Now, Trixie's time, as we mentioned, she just got run down late. I mean, they were going pretty quick, Andy. 22-2 for that opening first quarter, and she was kind of sent up there, and she was a big price that day. She was only beaten a length. She has the best buyer speed figure as well.
And the horse that beat her came back and improved her buyer speed figure 6 points, which is often an indication the race was every bit as good, if not better, than it looks. And from a speed figure standpoint, she's actually faster than Retro Street. So that's a good sign. 5th place finisher came back with a good performance, improving her buyer figure 8 points, and she's a dangerous horse. Boy, I mean, Javier Castellano needs no introduction. He's having a big day. I think he's already got a couple of wins, but Jose Lezcano's having a sensational year and a great move by him. Unlike you, he stayed with me in New York this winter.
Ha ha. Yeah, Jose braved the cold a little bit better than I did. But talking about great years, Mike Maselli, as we were alluding to, has had a great start to 2019.
Right, you see him at 5 for 13, and someone's going to say, well, it's only 13 starts. He doesn't have a lot of horses, and no trainer can be really better than the horses he has, as you know so well, being around trainers and being around horses your whole life. And Mike is somebody who consistently, when he has a horse and it's supposed to run well, you can count on those horses to run well.
You think about that cheaper horse, Javelin. I mean, how many times has he gotten that horse to perform well and win races all throughout the winter? As Shaq's Hidden Gem will be ridden by High Call's projected rider in Rajiv Mirage, and Gary Contessa gets this lady by Shackelford back on the turf, and arguably her best efforts, she broke her maiden as well on the turf as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, she had no chance in the race she was in last time. I mean, those horses are 1,000 times better than these. What worries me a little is she seemed to be better going shorter as a 2-year-old in the turf. So is she necessarily going to improve stretching out in distance today, because her 2-year-old races so much better sprinting than routing?
Now, you do see up on the screen there, that is Paul's late pick 5, Naira Betts' late pick 5 for a 50-cent ticket. He spread out pretty well in the first 2 legs to get to a single in number 9 in the 7th. That is Aren't You My Baby, and also singling in the last as well. That's a maiden special weight. He'll go for the Chad Brown comeback horse in Corey Scores.
Well, I think that Paul's found, I mean, I'd let him talk about it if he gets a chance to talk about it. He seems to have found the 2 most logical singles in this sequence.
Sure.
Aren't You My Baby is the horse to beat in the 7th race and 3rd leg, and the horse Corey horse in the last race, he looks like the horse to beat as well. I mean, it's interesting with Corey Scores. She ran only once in the turf at Saratoga, and we saw this so many times, Maggie. Horses that look like they've had these long layoffs, turf horses, it's not that they wanted to have layoffs. They got rained off the turf 5 times last year.
Wow. Last year was absolutely brutal for the turf horses.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, sometimes you take a chance and you run them on an off track, and then, you know, you end up, the horse comes out with issues because it's not their preferred surface. Right. And so you're just safer kind of.
And you get frustrated, though, because you
Exactly.
want to run them, and the horses are ready to run, and it's been very hard. And it, you know, it seemed to be coming up over and over again. I'll see a horse, and someone will say, well, why did this horse only make the 1 start last year? And it's like, well, they tried to run a million times, and it's got to be very frustrating.
Paul and I actually land on the same horse in here, but let's talk about another horse who is trying the turf for the first time. That's Diamond and Simon. This one by Tisway, who we've learned as a New York bred, is actually a productive turf sire, despite him being more of a dirt horse.
You were way ahead of the curve with Tisway. I mean, I'm going to say one day you're in the paddock and you were saying these Tisways love the turf, and I thought, oh, Maggie, that's so stupid. And sure enough,
love calling
you were
me
like,
stupid.
No, I have nothing but respect for you. And I just thought, I can't believe she's saying that. And you were way ahead of the curve. He was a terrific dirt horse, but he's been a sensation, been a really good underrated turf sire.
I know, and yeah, I mean, you think Tiz now. It's not like he's overwhelmingly turf either. But this one actually I have to. Now, Millie's Party Boy never won on the turf, but ran some decent races on the turf, respective to the level.
Yes, and this horse does have a very funny second dam that I told Maggie to look up. That Winlock's Millie, that some people remember, a filly who was sired by Mr. Prospector, and her dam sire was Mr. Prospector as well.
Oh, this is the one you told me to look up?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I completely blew that.
No, maybe it's...
No, it's Saturday.
Is it Saturday?
It's
a different,
Saturday.
different one? Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, Bees and Bees is a horse that was rained off, speaking of off the turf events, last time, April 13th, over at Aqueduct.
So what do you like about this horse?
Honestly, I don't like burnstones on the turf that much.
Me either.
The dam was okay on the turf, though, herself. And all I said, Andy, and when I make a point to write in my notes that I think a horse will like the turf, I usually... not that I'm right or anything, but I just
listen,
I
make
make the point to make sure that I give out or play the horse that is on the turf the next time. So Bees and Bees with Kendrick Carmouche. I don't know where she lays in this race. I hate that. It's that weird kind of.
Well, she's
break
probably going to
there.
be behind Diamond and Simon, the 2, and the 5, Mom, I Forgive You. And, you know,
Yes.
the reality of this race is horses like the 4, Shaq's Hidden Gem, the 7, Retro Street, and Trixie's Time are the horses to beat because they have some turf form. But their turf form is not so strong that a reasonable effort won't beat them. And a horse like Bees and Bees and Diamond and Simon, they have certainly found the right field to try the turf for the first time if they can run at all, because either one of them improves a little bit in the turf, and they'll be very tough in here.
Now, Andy, we are on the Widener turf course here, so that's the outer turf course. The rails are out a bit here. Does that make any play on how this race is going to be run?
It really depends on how these courses, they took a lot of rain over the weekend, but I think they're very fair because we've run next to no races on them because we had to take races off. In general, the Widener, and as you know, is a very fair course. You don't lose that much ground by going wide, so a lot of these races, they're really sort of one-turn races with a dog leg, mile, 7 furlongs. They favor, it seems, the outside closures, where the inner turf with the sharper turns, a lot of times horses that are forwardly placed benefit from that position.
Very good point. As we see horses loading in the gate, number 3, Handrail, the other Derek Ryan, will be loaded in next. And, I mean, this is also kind of a weird break as well in that weird dog leg. It's not that big of a turn, but it's still a turn.
I would love, you know, obviously we can't, it's expensive, but it would be great to have a blimp shot of mile turf races and the mile and a 16th inner turf races with that left-hand turn they take. And I like to talk to Richie about that, and he'll be joining us this weekend, Richard Migliori.
I was going to say, Richie here Friday and Sunday as we are one out with the call of race number 5 here on the turf course, John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And the rough. Trixie's Time away well from the extreme outside. She's a Diva now moves up to challenge. She's a Diva and Trixie's Time. And the two of them are right together for the lead. Then it's She Makes Me Smile. Mom, I Forgive You is in between horses. Shaq's Hidden Gem down towards the rail. A little more than a length to Retro Street, who's racing in 6th. Handrail has made her way to the outside and is in 7th. Bees and Bees is down at the rail in 8th. Diamond and Simon trails the field in 9th. The opening quarter mile was run in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Trixie's Time leads here by 3/4 of a length. She's a Diva at the rail, and alongside is She Makes Me Smile. Those two are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Handrail on the extreme outside is running in 4th. That it's Mom, I Forgive You. Shaq's Hidden Gem down at the rail. Retro Street is in 7th and now begins to pick it up on the outside. Retro Street is making her move midway around the far turn. At the back, Bees and Bees and Diamond and Simon. Half mile, 49 seconds. Trixie's Time, She Makes Me Smile. Handrail on the outside. Just in behind and down towards the rail is She's a Diva in 4th. Then Mom, I Forgive You. Followed on the outside by Retro Street and Diamond and Simon. Then Bees and Bees and Shaq's Hidden Gem, 3/4 in 1:14 and 1. And now Retro Street is let loose by Javier Castellano, and Retro Street has taken over and is pouring it on here in the stretch. Retro Street in front by more than a half dozen lengths. And it's the 3rd victory today for Javier Castellano. Retro Street, much the best. Handrail appeared to get 2nd, then a photo for 3rd between Mom, I Forgive You and Trixie's Time.
Well, number 7, Retro Street, was much the best here beneath Javier Castellano, and quite a finish for Derek Ryan as he looked to secure 2nd as well for the exacta.
Looks like the long shot Handrail did get 2nd over a very fast closing Mom, I Forgive You, but Retro Street, I mean, she was 3-2 favorite. She won like she was 1-2. I mean, this is just a jog in the park.
This was a bit of an oddly run race because the horses that we thought would be closer to the pace, other than number 9 and here Trixie's Time, were nowhere near it. I mean, the 1 was last turning for home.
It was bizarre. The 2 was last early. It figured to be a speed. I mean, sometimes you'll have speed in the dirt and it doesn't transfer to the turf, and I don't know how they handled it. And it's also worth noting, Maggie, this turf course, 138 3/5 for a mile, it still has a lot of give in it. And I think somebody like you who's interested in B's and B's, if this horse runs back on the turf and a firm turf, you're supposed to be ready to lose a few dollars on it more the next time, and maybe hope the horse likes a firm turf, because the last thing you want to do is have the horse like a firm turf and win and pay $68.
Now, I'm not sure how much running anybody did other than Retro Street, but a little bit of a weird race from Mom, I Forgive You, who re-rallied for 3rd.
No, I agree. I mean, she seemed to be completely out of it and figured that she'd be closer than she was early. It's a very oddly run race. As you say, I don't know how much anybody was running. When a horse wins by this big a margin on the turf, it's a combination of a good performance by the winner, but a lack of really effort from anybody else.
All right, Retro Street gets her picture taken here today on America's Day at the races. Javier Castellano, we'll have to see if Derek Ryan made the trip up from the Jersey Shore. As stay tuned, we will be back here on America's Day at the races.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Warfront has sired 8 champions and 10 millionaires. Recent Grade 1 winners include Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus 2019 Kentucky Derby hopeful War of Will. He's also sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, and international super sire on all surfaces and all fronts. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races. If you're on Twitter and you're at the races, make sure you're using hashtag ABR at the races. Take some pictures of you and your friends, of the horses especially, and post them at the Derby using that hashtag. Welcome back to our third floor clubhouse studios. I'm Maggie Wolfenhill, sitting in for Greg Wolf for just a little while longer, and joined by Naira handicapper extraordinaire Andy Serling. As Andy, let's talk a little bit about the Derby. I know you and Greg have delved into it.
I want you to have a chance to talk about it. I made videos handicapping, and I made a podcast handicapping. You can access all this. I want to hear what you think in the Derby.
I've been on Tacitus before his Wood Memorial win, and I'm going to stick to him. You know, I got really bored yesterday and delved into pedigrees, just going back 2 generations. I don't like to go, I feel like that doesn't have that much of an influence once you keep going back.
It's fun sometimes,
It's
though.
fun, right. But, I mean, Omaha Beach, he did have the best pedigree, in my opinion, for this 1.25 mile dirt. A fair classic, the Kentucky Derby, but Tacitus was next in line, and I like the way he's prepped. He showed he didn't even flinch when he had that trouble going into the first turn at Wood Memorial. That means so much when you're dealing with a 20-horse field in the Derby, as we do see Bodie Express drawing in number 21. So other than that, you know, as far as the pedigrees were concerned, War of Will and actually Tax, especially in his second generation with that nice Claiborne family going back, they had the next best pedigrees, but Game Winner as well. I mean, he's going to be the likely favorite.
And I think he's the horse to beat. I was going to pick him, actually, if Omaha Beach hadn't scratched, but I didn't want to take a horse who was favored, and I, like you, like Tassis a lot, and I was kind of flip-flopping between the two of them, so why not take the bigger price? But I think the interesting thing about this Derby, when you go through the field, you can find a lot of good things to say about just about everybody in here. There are very few horses in the field that feel as though they're badly outmatched, and any number of them could take a real step forward, as a number of them probably will in this Derby, and I really wouldn't knock people for taking any horses in here at prices. I like Tastis. I like Game Winner. I think Improbable's a horse that's going to run well in here. I question the distance. Be My Standards, I think, is okay in here, but honestly, I'm really looking forward to this Derby. We think a lot of decent horses in here. I think we're going to see some good things from this group.
Is there one horse that you feel as though is going to take money that you don't like at all?
Maximum Security.
All right.
I don't like that horse at all. I'll get him the winner's circle.
All right. Well, the answer to my question earlier, Derek Ryan is not here to see Retro Street in the winner's circle as he completed a decent exacta, $41 for the Ryan exacta, and Javier Castellano picking up his third win of the day. It's been all about him and Joe Bravo as far as jockeys are concerned. As race number 6 here at Belmont, we have a maiden 46 furlongs on the inner turf course. Javier will be aboard, a first-time starter for Chad Brown, but on the outside, it's Red Mule, Kendrick Carmouche. We'll see if this guy can break the maiden after being narrowly defeated last time out by a big long shot in Hallstatt, who actually ran earlier on the card and did no good.
I do not want anybody out of that race. There are a lot of them coming out. I thought Red Mule had no excuse. I am shocked that he is favored over Sky Chief. I made fun of David Aragona's line, and he was dead right.
Sky Chief does have a bit of hang in him, but he does have the class as he drops in for the 40 for the first time. As Cash Me Outside dropped to 5-2 at the break and came home a winner.
All the hunch bettors went in.
All the hunch bettors. As we will check in, we do have Nancy Holthus for race number 4 coming up. A group of hard-knocking veterans. Nancy, what do you have for us here?
Well, Maggie, my 2 on top are kind of going back and forth, kind of deciding who's going to be favorite come post time. On top, I do have the number 7, Tiz Showbiz. Ricardo Santana looking for his second victory on the afternoon, this time from barn of Johnny Ortiz. Now, the 8-year-old has been competitive his last several starts against tougher starter allowance runners. In his last 3, he does return to the claiming ranks where he did score his last win, and that was against Open 12-5. That was in mid-February. Now, he does like to come from off the pace, is consistent at the distance. He's also been consistent, having hit the board in over half of his career starts. David Cohen, who is also vying for his first local jockey title, gets them out from trainer Norm McKnight. That's the number 5, Midnight Las Vegas. He makes his 3rd start of the meet and also debuts for his 3rd new barn. Off a second and $8,000 claim at 5.5. I think the half furlong extra distance, it doesn't sound like much, but I think it's going to be a big plus for him. The barn fires at 32% off the purchase, and he has put in a pair of back-to-back bullet drills in the morning. He's very solid over the off track and is also solid locally. They're kind of vying for favoritism. Right now, it's going to the number 5, Midnight Las Vegas. The number 2, Mr. Benz, Stuart Elliott, also looking for his second win on the day. He debuts for the Mike Lauer barn today off the 62.50 claim. He is looking for his 3rd straight victory. His last win came over the slop, and it was at 6 furlongs. He came closing hard, and we have seen horses score multiple victories at the meet. We just had a horse earlier in the card score his 5th win at the race meet. A lot of horses looking to go out on top as we are in day 55 of the 57-day meet. Maggie?
Thank you, Nancy. And she brought up a great point, Andy. It seems as though there's a lot of horses for courses out there. You saw that 5-time winner back in race number 2, Mr. Benz. He'll be looking for his 3rd straight win. Mike Lauer picks this one up off the claim. And as you mentioned, we see the Norm McKnight horse, Midnight Las Vegas, taking a lot of play. But we want to check in with Paul LaDuca, who is downstairs. Paul, what do you have for us, and where are you?
Well, I'm actually trying to be truly a rail bird, so I'm really right on the rail, Maggie, and I'm having a lot of fun. Even the guys are honking their horns at me. But I got a tip coming into the racetrack today, and I want to ask Andy Def, the 10. I got it from the parking lot attendant, and he's been on fire. Probably like the last 10 he's given me, and I haven't picked any winners today. 7 of them have won. Put the blinkers on last time in Lasix, and word around the racetrack is this horse has been training well, and right now, we're looking at 5-1.
Andy, I gave this horse a real long look last time. It kind of ran in spots and does get Lasix here.
If the Lasix helps move him up, I guess he could have a chance. And I know my friend Anthony Stabile likes him. He picked him on Talking Horses today. I don't like this horse at all. I don't love the field he comes out of, and there are horses out of that race in here that ran better than he did. He just stayed in the rail and backed up. I didn't like him, but that might be the best selling point.
Yeah, there's not many other ways to go, and you have to get a little creative if you don't like that race with Hallstock.
Yeah, I mean, Sky Chief, I wonder if he's necessarily suited to these 6 furlong sprints, and that's the number 8 Sky Chief. But he's run against much better horses. I mean, they tried to stake with him last time. Maybe it's sort of a desperation drop, but I just thought he was the worst to beat, but the distance a question.
All right, we'll see if Sky Chief can run effectively at the 6 furlongs, but we are back out at Oaklawn Park for race number 4. A lot of cool veterans in here. Tiz Showbiz making his 73rd start here for Johnny Ortiz. We'll see if he can get win number 12 as we'll head out to Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Midnight Las Vegas and We Did, Stevens Answer and Preacher Time. Those are the 4 quickest. Then Mr. Benz, followed by Anteros and Tiz Showbiz, and the trailer is Drink with the Irish. It is Midnight Las Vegas up the backstretch, a length and a quarter in front of Stevens Answer, who's a neck in front of Preacher Time. 2.5 to We Did. Tiz Showbiz and Anteros have 5 lengths to make up. Then Drink with the Irish, and the trailer is Mr. Benz. He's 9 lengths behind Midnight Las Vegas, leaving the backstretch. Midnight Las Vegas traveling smartly, and he leads by a full 2 lengths now to Stevens Answer in second. Preacher Time is pushed along now in third. He's joined by We Did. Drink with the Irish moves through at the rail. He's within 5 of the front-running Midnight Las Vegas, who's still in charge. Midnight Las Vegas into the stretch. He's got a 3.5 length lead to work with from We Did. Tiz Showbiz in the center, and Drink with the Irish. Midnight Las Vegas now only 2. We Did is coming after him, as is Drink with the Irish at the rail. Midnight Las Vegas now opens up again to 3.5. We Did is second, then Mr. Benz. Midnight Las Vegas and David Cohen. Midnight Las Vegas won by 4. We Did was second. Mr. Benz third. Very close for fourth between Tiz Showbiz and Stevens Answer.
Well, that was the easy button for number 5, Midnight Las Vegas. David Cohen getting another win and getting closer to Ricardo Santana in the jockeys race as well.
There was never a moment in this race, you and I were almost laughing sitting up here, that you thought this horse could lose.
I know. You could see his ears pricked and flopping back and forth. He said, this is fun. I can do this. And he certainly did. First off the claim for trainer Norm McKnight, who is having a heck of an Oaklawn Park meeting, as there's only 2.5 days left in the meet there at Oaklawn Park. Stay tuned. We'll have race number 6 on the turf coming up here, and we have Wild One Forever.
We'll talk a little afterwards, and it's been fun having you up here, by the way, Maggie. I've really enjoyed it. I'm interested in a long shot. We'll talk about it afterwards, named Wild One Forever. Not a big long shot. 8-1 right now might come down. This horse is either a very smart pick or a very, very stupid pick. I'm hoping for the former.
All right, Wild One Forever. Andy looking to get a Wild One home, as Wesley Ward will look to get his 3rd win on the card as well. This one not a 2-year-old, though, as you're checking out first. Number 9 in the paddock. 4, that's Block and Plank, a first-time starter for Jeremiah Englehart. But we will have more on 3rd. Omaha Beach coming up after this break. He is out of the Derby here on America's Day at the Races.
Sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
I think the win program is a very positive and important thing for breeders, because if the stud farm supports the breeders that support their stallions, that's an important thing to me. I want to know that the stud farm also has the breeder's interests in their mind. This year we had a mare that we wanted to breed to a stallion.
Now returning
that we
to
thought
the
might
Larry
be a
Snyder
little bit
Winter
over
Circle
her
is
budget.
midnight
But
Las
when we
Vegas.
realized that we had the win awards for our business plan, it worked perfectly into getting that mare to that stallion at WinStar.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery standing at Cleveland Farm.
16. No.
Next on America's Day at the races at Belmont, Bon Raison goes for a 3rd straight win. Will his aqueduct form translate to Belmont? Sir Ballantine will try to put that streak to an end. He's dropping out of the Grade 1 Carter and is the main threat to Bon Raison. And a Derby shocker, Omaha Beach is out with the morning line favorite gone. What does that mean for Saturday in the Derby? All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races. Welcome to those just joining us on MSG Plus and Prime Ticket. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And the big news everyone talking about under the Twin Spires out in Louisville, the morning line favorite, Omaha Beach, winner of the Arkansas Derby, has been scratched from the Kentucky Derby with a breathing issue.
It had been such a remarkable Derby run where it seemed that nobody was getting hurt on the trail. All the horses were staying sound, and unfortunately, that changed with Omaha Beach, and it's tough, very tough for the connection, especially Richard Mandela, who really had a chance to win his first Kentucky Derby. I think he'll still be remembered as one of the all-time great trainers, but you never know if you'll ever get another chance. They're doing the right thing with Omaha Beach, and we'll see him again, and hopefully we'll see him in Saratoga, Greg.
Yeah, he's going to be out of training for about 3 weeks or so. He's going to have a very minor routine surgery, but that means he's done on the Triple Crown Trail. Likely see him late June, early July. Horse is too talented, though, to not hear more from him down the line, and we wish him all the best. Hope to see him back. Remember, this has happened before. We saw I Want Revenge, who was a morning line favorite back in 2009. He got scratched. Uncle Mo, he was the second choice. 2011, he got scratched. So it does happen every now and again.
It does, and the important thing is to do the right thing with these horses, and they will reward you in the future. And that's the most important thing, and it's what we do in this game. You don't push a horse to run in any race. Any race. It doesn't matter what level if they shouldn't be running.
Get signed up, get started, play along. You can bet the Kentucky Derby as well with Naira Bets. Sign up with the promo code ROSES, bet 25 to win on a horse in the Derby, and you'll get your money back if you finish 2nd or 3rd. You'll also get that $200 bonus after you bet $200 in your first 14 days of joining. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app for all the details and to get involved. And the late pick 4 coming up. Race 6 kicks things off here at Belmont with that sequence. Inner Turf, 6 furlongs, $40,000 maiden claiming event. If you're just tuning in, this is a look at the field, the current odds. Deft, the 10 at 3-1 on the board from a 10-1 morning line.
Well, I guess a lot of people got that tip from the parking guy that Paul LaDuca got. I don't get it. My friend Anthony Stabile likes this horse, and maybe he will improve with Lasix for the first time. But his turf debut last time, he was beaten by a number in here with a very easy trip.
Yeah, for those just joining us on different networks across the country, Paul LaDuca, 4-time Major League All-Star, with us as well, and he gets tips every now and again when he walks into the racetrack. He said earlier on the Fox Sports 2 broadcast, he got that same tip again from the same person saying Def the 10 is the horse to play today.
How do you think Paul has done lifetime with his tips at the racetrack?
I'm telling you, this particular person who gives him these horses has been lights out sensational.
Why isn't he on
for
the
him.
show?
We need to get him on the show at some point. It's going to happen. We'll get him on this
We
summer.
need to have at least a segment with the parking lot guys.
Surge pricing will kick off our post break. He's at 5-1 on the board, and Javier Castellano having a big day.
Eclipse Award-winning trainer, 3-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown does many things well. One is not win with first-time starters in maiden claiming races on the turf.
Amistad, terrific movie, by the way. Blinkers on.
Is a good movie. Is the one I would take out of the 9th race on April 10th. This horse was wide around the track, gets blinkers on, and a better inside post.
Lone Pioneer will skip. We'll go to the 4 as a Dean at 21-1.
Well, speaking of a horse that used to be in Chad's Brown Barn, probably wants more distance and has questionable recent form.
Yeah, big price for the son of Dan Seeley. The 5, blinkers going on. Wild One Forever. That's not listed in the form.
This is my wise guy selection this race. I look at this one and say to myself, why would Wesley Ward even be running this one in this race?
Lone Pioneer, we backtrack to the 3 here. Blinkers go on with Junior Alvarado.
I do not like the way this horse was lugging in the stretch, but maybe putting the blinkers on will help him keep a straight path today.
That was his first try on the turf, so second outing this afternoon. Noah. And this horse with some early speed tries turf.
A lot of people will be yelling no if this one somehow wins this race.
48-1. The 8 Sky Chief I thought was a horse to beat.
Yeah, I did too, and I was dead wrong. David Aragona did not make this horse the favorite. I thought he was wrong, and he was absolutely right. Is he going to be effective going shorter, though? That's the question.
First-time starter for Jeremiah Engelhardt, block and plank.
No money for this horse, and the dam did win in the turf, though. You know the second dam is winning colors.
Really?
Yeah.
88 Kentucky Derby winner with our colleague Gary Stevens aboard. Deft, 10-1 morning line, 7-2 right now.
I don't see it. This horse, to me, is a long shot based in the first race, but obviously there's a story on this horse, and story horses seem to run well.
And Red Mule, the favorite, Gary Contessa, just missed by a nose last start at this level.
But he had that race wrapped up. It just looked like it was over, and I don't like horses that are favored or short prices that sort of lose races they have won, but he's run well enough that he's maybe the horse to beat.
Tickets to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, they are going fast. Get your tickets or reserve your seats at Ticketmaster.com or BelmontStakes.com. You can also enhance your experience with one of our all-inclusive premium hospitality packages. Belmont Stakes, where champions are crowned. As we saw last year, Immortality was crowned with Justify completing the Triple Crown here.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Going to be tough this year. Too many good horses in this group.
Did the race start?
Well, he lost if it did, but if you have the 4.
This is an aggressive
It's
warm-up.
the 2 Chad Browners. Azadine used to be Chad's. And, well, Javier probably wants to give him a good warm-up because he's breaking from the inside in a turf sprint, and he wants to make sure he gets some position. It's just, you look at Chad Brown, it's staggering how good his stats are from a percentage standpoint and an ROI standpoint because his horses just generally get overbet. But to see his numbers with maiden claimers first time out, and it's not a negative. It's actually a compliment. He puts him in maiden claiming races first time out because they just haven't shown him much.
Yeah, if you're going to remain in that barn, you better have a bright, bright future.
Same connections as Newspaper Record, by the way, who will be running tomorrow.
Yes.
Can't wait for that.
Undercard on Oaks Day. We're going to talk a little bit more about that coming up in the show. Here's the favorite right now, 2-1 on this one right here, Red Mule. So Kendrick Carmouche, he was on board last time out. Surprise, surprise. This colt got to the front, could not quite hang on late, got nailed by a horse who we saw run earlier today.
Yeah, and did not run particularly well earlier, but I don't, we'll see how much that really is relevant here. Halstott ran earlier today. Am I confused? What race was he in?
Yeah,
sure?
right?
I don't think so. I think now I'm confused.
Okay.
Oh, he did. You're right. No, I apologize. He was in the second race today. They stretched him out in the second race. Listen, he's run well enough in his last 2 races that he's understandably the horse to beat in here. If you watch his last race, though, it was over. If you bet him, you were at the window collecting.
Yeah.
And he just stopped the end. Now, granted, he lost a very close one, but I just don't like horses that are supposed to win them. And I think the horse who finished 3/4 of lengths behind him in third, Amistad, really may have run the better race because he had a wide trip. But maybe he gets loose in the front end.
Yeah, for what it's worth, Halstott did not hit the board earlier today as we get a look here
Tough
at Sky
spot,
Chief.
though.
So you and I, look, we both thought Sky Chief was maybe the horse to beat on paper going in. This will be start number 11, though, but he's coming out of a stakes race on turf. Granted, he only beat one horse in that race, but he showed some ability.
I'm confused, to be honest, and I think the lack of support at the windows at this point, and he'll drop down from there. He'll probably go off around 7-2 by post time. He's going to take late money. He's a much shorter price in doubles, and the 10-horse depth is going to come up. But they are kind of giving up on him, and if you look at him, his better races really were going longer. This is a horse that finished third, beaten 2 lengths to 40 under, who won her Pilgrim the next start and was a player in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. So it just seems like he's just completely gone the wrong way, and they're giving up on him.
And what do you make of that? I mean, that last performance, it was a stakes race. It was a yielding turf course.
But this course has a lot of give in it. I know they're listing these courses as good, as firm. These courses have some give in them.
Okay, well, at least of the 2 turf courses, the Widener and the Inner, we're on the Inner here.
The Inner's a little firmer.
This is a little firmer.
Yes, I agree with you. Let's talk about my ridiculous selection here, the number 5, Wild One Forever. And I think you'll remember this, Greg. I'll remind you. Wesley Ward last spring here had an unusually good streak with horses, and they were all horses he shipped here from Keeneland. And quite a few of them were horses that just didn't seem to make that much sense on paper. Now, the one thing about those horses were they were getting bet at the windows, and they really ran well. This horse is not taking a lot of money in this race, so it's not a particularly good sign. But you know, Greg, I was looking at this race and thinking, I really don't want anybody out of the last race from April 10th. I don't want the first or surge pricing. I don't trust Sky Chief. Why don't I just take a shot with a Wise Guy horse? Because you look at this horse, why is he even in here? Is it maybe just Wesley Ward's taking a shot to see if he can sprint in the turf?
Maybe he had some extra room in the van for his firsters.
Well, it's also possible. That's also very, very possible.
Not being honest.
No, no, that's a very good point. Maybe he just had some room and there was a race for him and he shipped him. That's a great point. You may turn out to be very correct when he runs 8th.
Oaklawn Park prices, see Midnight Las Vegas, $6.80 for the win, 5.42 finish back in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
New York bred second, 21.
Ooh, not bad.
You know, they start with an advantage.
What's that?
They start with an advantage. That's the New York bred.
We will see how this one plays out here. Yeah, I just inclined. We've already seen Wesley do his damage today with what he does best.
Yeah, his 2-year-olds. I mean, he won the first race, impressed. Was that American Pharoah in the first?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Went head-to-head with that horse down the stretch.
Aurelia Garland, yeah. No, that was Constitution. The American Pharoah
Sweet Melania
did not
was
run
the
well.
one.
Yes, agree.
So here's the 2 Amistad blinkers going on with more. We're going to check in with Paula Duca.
There's so much pace in this race. The 4 warmed up, I mean, tremendous and very, very fast with B. Hernandez. We saw the 11 get a sprint away from the pony as well as Kendrick Carmouche. He's going to warm up his horse. He actually yelled at me, "Come catch me if you can." So he's going to try to gun to the front end. You know, Rob Altrost's horses were running great. They have slowed down. That horse, the 3, looks like the lone horse that can pass horses in here. But everybody else, you really got to find. So I understand where Andy's going and can cut back in distance, Andy. Are you looking for somebody to win this race off the pace?
Well, what do you think, Andy? You looking for someone off the pace here?
Well, I mean, Paul is right. If I'm looking for my horse to win, he's probably going to have to come off the pace, right? I mean, he's not a horse. His horse has been going longer and not showing much speed. We'll see. It's hard to know. I mean, the truth is he's not really taking much money right now, and that's probably not a very good sign. I'm taking a bit of a flyer in here because I just didn't trust the other horses. Sometimes the racetrack, you just, you don't mind taking a shot with a price. I found in life some of the better scores I've made were sort of anti-plays. I don't want the 11, the 5, the 8's a little suspicious here, and who's really that good in here? And maybe this horse is a little sneaky.
I'm with you. I mean, Red Mule to make this horse 9-5, the 11 horse on the outside, when he should have graduated last start.
That's my problem.
I
know it was a nose, but there's some noses that are really tough beats, and there's some where you go, how did he possibly lose that race?
It was there's fighting to the end and just getting nailed, and there's bad beats. That was a bad beat.
Yeah, he should have won that race.
John Imbrial, the call. Start of the late pick 4 from Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It is Red Mule, the 11 on the outside, the one to beat. Can he finish the job today after getting nailed by a nose last time out?
Red Mule goes in, and we're set for the start. And the rough. And it's the gray, Block and Plank, out for the lead. Wild One Forever, Azadine heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. And then it's Red Mule next in 4th, followed by Deft in 5th. At the rail is Surge Pricing in 6th. Then Noah in 7th. Lone Pioneer is running in 8th, followed by Sky Chief in 9th. Break of 4 to Amistad, who trails the field. In 10th, and the opening quarter was running 22 and 4. Azadine by a long neck. Wild One Forever on the outside is second by a length, and Red Mule is in 3rd. Then it's Deft, who's running in 4th. Now Sky Chief begins to pick it up on the outside from 5th. Block and Plank has dropped back. To his inside is Surge Pricing. Then it's Lone Pioneer, followed by Amistad and Noah. Half mile in 46 and 2/5 seconds. And there's 3/16 to the finish. Wild One Forever challenged here on the outside by Sky Chief. Sky Chief and Wild One Forever, and Surge Pricing is surging down at the rail. Here comes Surge Pricing up the inside to win. The first-time starter gives Javier Castellano his 4th victory today.
4-win day for a man who won 4 straight Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Jockey. First-time starter does it to the rest of this field up the fence.
And he beat me with my 5 running second. That was incredible. His horse put some run. It's been a tremendous day for Klarovich Stables, of course, who have his paper record. They won our second race and voting control off a 1.5-year layoff, winning at Churchill Downs. And this horse, he surged in the stretch, Greg.
Yes, he did. His price didn't, though. 3-1.
Oh, he got bet late.
Son of Animal Kingdom, former Derby winner.
I did hold second. I want a little. My One Forever ran okay, Greg.
And no, absolutely. And look at Javier dip down to the fence here and go up the rail for the win.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him coming, and both of us were like a little thrown. And so much for that stat. Chad's now 4 for 29.
Even the ones Chad doesn't want perform like this.
Yeah, he may have found the right field. You know, I mean, there were no shows near. At least the 8 Sky Chief ran. Red Mule, and I mean, I know that Kendrick said it to Paul joking, but we expected him to be in front. He was never even in the hunt here, right? He was sort of loomed on the outside. Yeah. It looked like the tip horse, Deft, was making a winning move in the turn. It appeared that Manny Franco had a ton, and he just had nothing when they came into the stretch.
Surge Pricing gets the win, 3-1. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, 4-win day for Javier Castellano. We're going to take a break in the action with Omaha Beach out. Welcome to the Kentucky Derby, Bodie Express. We'll tell you what that means for the Derby and the Speedster. Florida Derby winner Maximum Security. Will he get the lead?
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mockra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other networks across the country. It's brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Great to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon of action. The late pick 4 is underway at Belmont Park, and a first-time starter takes it to the rest of this field. Champion trainer Chad Brown dropping this one in for a claim in the debut and surges up the rail for the win.
Yeah, and Javier Castellano. I mean, he must be sorry he's going to the Derby.
It's going to slow him down. 4-win day for Javier. Send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we've only run 6 races. Javier, I mean, you secured pretty much the majority of the wins here on this card and has to be feeling good heading into Churchill. But talk a little bit about surge pricing. I mean, you were just kind of there on the rail, and suddenly he really did surge.
It really did. Certainly, I like the way he did it first time start. I think Mr. Brown, he did a good job with the horse to bring it back the horse the way he finished first time. It's hard to see very horses rare from the inside pole. He win the first time. I think he very educated horse. The way he did it, very professional.
I was going to say, because he actually was a little bit green in the post parade, but when the gates opened, he was a completely different horse.
He was. I think he was in focus and looking for the race and keep track of the horse. He split horse. He go inside the rail. I like the way he finished. Very professional horse.
Now you're heading down to Churchill to ride Vekoma in the Kentucky Derby. Obviously a big win in the Bluegrass Stakes. Javier, where do you see yourself in the race? I mean, there's a lot of talk that there's going to be speed, that there's not going to be speed. He is a horse that has that early pace, though.
Yeah, the Kentucky Derby is a kind of hard race to handicap. It's 20 horses, especially we're supposed to have it rain a lot to the last in the next 2 days. I believe you have to play your best judgment in the race. Of course, we all want to break good out of the gate. I think my horse is kind of fully position the horse and try to ask her out of the gate a little bit and put it in good spot early. Hey, if you ended up in the lead, I take the lead. You know, if you haven't been second. But I don't want to rush it to be in one specific race spot in the race because it's a mile and a quarter race. All those 3-year-olds, they never get there the first time. I think you have to concern a little bit, save everybody worry about in the first part of the race, but you have to worry about in the end to finish the horse to try to win the race.
Well, we'll be watching you here from New York. Best of luck with Vekoma and continued success on this big day for you.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, guys.
Maggie, thank you. So Javier, he will be aboard Vekoma, 20-1 morning line, breaking from post 6 and done very little wrong in his career at Vekoma.
I think Vekoma is a sensationally talented horse. Now, whether or not he's 10 furlongs is another question. But ultimately, I think he's going to have a very good career. It just depends whether or not the distance is right for him.
Most of these horses, 10 furlongs not up their alley. He just has to get it faster than the others.
That's what Wayne Lucas always said. I think there's a lot of really nice horses in this race.
Well, and it's even more wide open than what we already thought was a wide open Derby. With the defection of Omaha Beach, he was scratched with some breathing issues and entrapped epiglottis. He's going to require minor surgery. Here's his Hall of Fame trainer, Richard Mandella.
It was devastating, to be honest with you, yesterday. You know, I've done this for 45 years, so I've seen the movie and starred in it. You know, that's part of training horses. You couldn't have asked a horse to train any better or look any better this whole period we've been here. You've all seen he galloped yesterday. If you didn't look up his nose with a scope, you wouldn't know anything's wrong. But I'm sure by the time he'd hit the quarter pole, he would know it was there. And it would be a terrible feeling, as bad as it felt yesterday. It would be a horrible feeling to have him not finish well and know that I was at fault for running him. So we had to do the right thing by the horse, and that's give it up and go to the next step.
An entrapped epiglottis is simply the tissue underneath the epiglottis swells. Epiglottis is shaped kind of like that, and this tissue's underneath it, and we're looking this way. It swells and comes up underneath it and then wraps around the top of it. And it prevents the epiglottis from moving, which is very important because it's what blocks the airway from the pharynx, which is where the food would be coming from. So it keeps food out of the trachea, basically. It's one of the things it does. But when a horse entraps, it really limits their breathing. It blocks probably about a third of the airway. And in a race of this magnitude, that's too much to give up.
I would say 2 weeks, possibly 3, of no more than riding under the shed row, and then you can start to train. Saying that with the Triple Crown in mind, we obviously can't run in the, I'm sorry, this whiskey's pretty strong, it's getting to me. The 2 weeks off just throws out the Triple Crown. He can't run in 2 weeks because he's not going to train at all. Can't run in the Belmont because if you mix 2 weeks, especially that we didn't run this weekend, So having not run and try to train up to it with 2 weeks off wouldn't be fair to the horse. I wouldn't try to put him through that. I wish everybody in the race the best of luck. It was a tough pill to swallow yesterday, but I said that to Foster in front of the horse, and the horse looked at me and said, "You think you had a tough pill to swallow?"
Well, you got to feel for Richard Mandel. He's one of the greatest to ever train in this game, but he still has that great sharp sense of humor as well in a moment that has to be so difficult for him to be in this position with the horse to beat in the Kentucky Derby and not be able to go.
No, I mean, it's just such a tough spot. You think it's so hard to get to the Kentucky Derby in general. And he's only Richard Mandel, one of the great trainers in the history of the game. He's been there a handful of times. And to get there with a favorite and a really legitimately good horse, it has to be heartbreaking. But he really more than took it in stride.
Again, out likely about 3 weeks of training, and we hope to see him later on this summer. Seeing him in the Travers, that'd be something else. We hope, hopefully that can happen down the line. We go to Oaklawn right now, race 5, loading up on the sloppy racetrack. $50,000 maiden claiming event for Arkansas-bred horses. 6 furlongs in this spot, and right now it's the 4 first-time starter for Al Stahl, who is the favorite with David Cohen.
You know, he is obviously dangerous. I got a flyer and a long shot I have to bet a couple of dollars on. I'm going to bet a couple dollars on the number 1, Private Lake. You know me. I love a turn back.
Start number 2, stretched out to a mile and a 16th. Things did not go that well, so now cutting back to the distance that he started at 6 furlongs. He ran good, and he did so against Better in that debut.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's a bit of a stretch, but he seems to be a better horse going shorter. And, you know, it's interesting with the Al Stahl first-time starter. I mean, obviously, he's an Arkansas bred, so that's why he ships him here. There is a 7-year gap between this horse and the prior foal from the dam. I mean, I understand these aren't the best horses in the world, but I never like to see that, Greg.
Well, I don't understand if you think this horse is such a... The 7 Drexel is at 5-1. He has basically the same pattern as the 1 Private Lake, with the exception of coming out of a longer race.
Got that turn back, right. Got to love that, right?
And
yeah,
there
why
is Drexel coming in.
Well, Drexel has Ricardo Santana, right, who's naturally getting over
Exactly.
bet. And that's where, you know, he's a great rider, but we're looking for price here, and the 1's 3 times the price.
17-1 on the rail with Private Lake. Going to get it done here for Andy Serling. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 5 from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Terrible start for Bad and Bold at the back of the pack. Good start for My Golden Diablo and Silver City Blues. Summer Sweet Road is sent through at the rail. These 3 are quickest. Then comes Shoal Bay and Ray's Big Boy. Next comes Private Lake, followed by Destined to be a Star and Blanco Bronco. Drexel is second to last, and the bad start has Bad and Bold at the back of the pack. Into the far turn with Silver City Blues and My Golden Diablo matching strides. My Golden Diablo ahead in front. Silver City Blues is second by 2.5 lengths now to Shoal Bay racing in third. Destined to be a Star begins to move up. 4th now and about 4 from the front from Private Lake. Then comes Blanco Bronco and Summer Sweet Road. Ray's Big Boy has 10 lengths to make up. Then Destined to be a Star. And at the back of the pack far behind is Bad and Bold, My Golden Diablo, and Silver City Blues off the top of the turn. These 2 are even for the final furlong, but stretch runners are coming, and a whole bunch of them at that. Private Lake, Shoal Bay, between horses Blanco Bronco, and Shoal Bay has taken over the lead. Shoal Bay in front, Private Lake to the outside. These 2 are now 1-2 with Silver City Blues trying to hold third. Shoal Bay in front. Shoal Bay won by 3. Private Lake was second. Silver City Blues third. Blanco Bronco finished 4th.
First-time starter, Shoal Bay with the win at 8-1. And Private Lake, your big price at 19-1, runs second.
Ernie Witt II, raining on my parade with Shoal Bay. First-time starter. Gets it done. First dude. It's $20,000 for this one, but a comfortable winner. I can't complain too much. It's not like it was close, Greg.
5-1-10 finish in here. Shoal Bay, first dude out of a Tis Now mare.
Yeah.
Jarrett Loveberry in the irons. Wins the debut. 5-1-10-9 finish. Prices when we come back. When we return, the oldest living Kentucky Derby winner based in North America, 1994 Derby winner for Nick Zito. Go for Gin. His story when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in for fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Is the oldest Kentucky Derby winner in North America.
He's actually a bit of a character. He likes to play around a little bit. There was a story I always recount about him. Had my winter gloves in my back pocket to keep them dry, and he snuck up right behind me, just as gentle as could be. Very gently grabbed them out of my back pocket, ran like he was in the Derby. Didn't get them back for a good 20 minutes.
Jin's kind of my personal favorite. I actually followed him on his Derby trail, and I rooted for him. He's a little bit special to me. Jin's still quite the stallion. He's 28 years old, and he probably shows the most stallion attributes of anybody in the barn. Acts literally half his age, and his looks go along with that too.
Go for Jin. Of course, 1994 Kentucky Derby winner, the second Derby win for trainer Nick Zito.
My last good Derby opinion. Crushed out in that Derby, actually. Go for Gin was a really neat horse, and it's funny, he never won a race after the Kentucky Derby, but he ran very well. I mean, I think he was placed second and third in the Preakness and the Belmont, and he danced all the dances. He was a really terrific horse, and he had been a little unlucky on the Derby trail, but he got a little lucky in the Derby that day for Nick.
Well, you need a little bit of luck to win the Kentucky Derby, and we'll see who gets a little bit of that luck on Saturday afternoon. Of course, the Florida Derby, going to see the top 2 finishers returning in maximum secure. Well, the top 3 finishers, actually. Bodie Express getting into this with Omaha Beach coming out, and Code of Honor, the top 3 in there. What do you think about maximum security?
I don't like this horse, and I'm ready to be dead wrong about it. And I have no argument with somebody who says, listen, this horse has run 2 straight triple-digit buyers, something nobody else in this field has done. I don't believe he'll be the speed, but I don't think he'll be the speed by design. I don't think that his trainer, Jason Service, wanted to be in front last time. It was just that they decided to rate Hidden Scroll, and he found himself walking on the front end. But to me, he won that race because he set a very, very slow pace for him. Look at the horse who ran second, the Maiden. I don't want to knock him too hard, but let's be realistic. It was just a merry-go-round race. It's going to be a different race here, and I just want to see him transfer that form from Gulfstream to Kentucky.
See what happens. Pretty talented maiden, but yeah, talk about a tough spot trying to get your first win. Bodie Express, who draws into the field with the defection of Omaha Beach, trying to get that maiden score in the Kentucky Derby. That is
tough to do.
That is a tall order. Race 7 coming up at Belmont here. We have a $25,000 claiming event, and we are going to check in for a paddock report with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And they are saddled and on the walking ring here for this State Bred 25. We'll check in with your current favorite. That is number 9, Aren't You My Baby. And I'm sure you guys will check out her last race, in which she was kind of doing a little bit of a strange thing with her head. She was kind of flipping her head up in the air, and watching it, I'm thinking, well, does she have a sensitive mouth? Is she reacting to the dirt being kicked in her face? And I talked to her trainer, Gary Gullo, and he said that he often wonders if it's her eyesight, if she sees something, because he said she did it here in the paddock. And it's just her reacting to seeing something on the ground. She looks fantastic physically. I mean, she looks like a deserved favorite in here. And as he said, though, hopefully that somewhat bad habit doesn't get her beat here today. As we'll take a look at a horse taking a trainer change going into the barn of Rob Atras is number 3, Timely Tradition, and Ralph D'Alessandro did a great job with her, but I'm wondering if the change of scenery helps this gal out. She looks great here. She fits well, in my opinion, with these two. She lost her form a little bit over the springtime here, and I'm wondering if now kind of third off that little bit of a layoff, if she can fire well. She's sharp, she's on her toes, and she looks extremely fit as she makes her way to the track. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Dylan Davis will be aboard. She has won here at Belmont before. She was strutting her stuff there in the paddock. As we get a look at my girl Annie moving through, she is quick. Even on the turn back and distance, did not seem to dull her speed at all last time out, the 4 who just went by.
Yeah, she figures to be sitting inside of the 10 Spring for Beauty with the 7 Shimmering Moon out. I don't love her recent form, to be honest, and I'm going to be interested to see if she can hold that good form. She also might have been helped by the moisture on the track last time.
Do you want to talk of a crazy long shot that you like in here?
Yeah, I was talking to you off camera about the number 8, Play Me a Memory. And listen, I will come out with a caveat right away. This horse's career just might not be able to run anymore. And obviously, evidenced by the recent efforts, that could be the case. But this horse has never run this cheaply, and at one time, she would be very tough in this race. And it's her third start of a layoff. She comes back off a layoff, runs over her head, and doesn't run well at all. She gets involved in the pace. Then they try her on the turf. She's not a turf horse. They put her back. Now they're dropping her. If she's ever going to be able to run one more good race, today is the day she can do it. So I'll bet a couple dollars to win. I'll use her second in the exacta to the 9, the favorite, and I'll play some tries, 9 all 8. Just small money, just a little idea in a long shot that maybe today she can show up and run a little bit.
Get signed up, get started, play with Naira Bets. Use that promo code ROSES. $25. You bet it in the Derby. You run second or third, you get that money back. Plus, you get the $200 in your account. Here's Moondance Joy to kick off our post parade. Sam Camacho Jr. rides coming off a 7-length score.
And Sam Camacho rode very well at Aqueduct. Listen, she runs her last race. She's a player, but she did that in a small field against inferior horses who she faces today.
Blinkers come off on Party in the Sand for trainer Carlos Martin.
Just don't love her recent form. I just don't think she's good enough.
Yeah, tough to play. We'll cut back in distance this afternoon. Here's the 3 Timely Tradition, who Maggie was just talking about.
Yeah, I think she's a player in here. Now, Rob Atras had been on a sensational run when he first took out his trainer's license in New York. His barn has cooled off perceptibly, but he is off a trainer change.
My girl Annie, we talked about her speed. She's been in the money at 4 of 6 here at Belmont.
But she's going to have real speed outside of her, and perhaps my horse Play Me a Memory, but certainly Sing for Beauty. And I wonder if she'll be able to hold her form, especially on a dry track.
And Bertranda showed some speed at 7/8 at Parks last time out for Robert Moscow.
I don't think she's impossible in this race, Greg. Her races out of town are good enough. She's just got to bring that form to New York.
She's a kitty cat trained by Gregory DePrima, another big long shot, 38-1, who ran pretty good last start.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of cutting back in distance might be able to help her out. And as you say, she finished okay last time, but the figures are a little on the slow side. But she has back figures.
7 scratch. Here's Play Me a Memory, your long shot special.
This is my goofy long shot. I'm hoping that drop in class will wake her up a little bit. She's got good back form.
Aren't You My Baby? Eric Consell on board, drops down in class.
She allowed herself to get completely shuffled out of the race last time and lost all chance. She runs back to a race 2 back. She'll make her current even money look like an overlay.
And Sing for Beauty, been off since early March. More speed here.
I think she's going to run well in this race. She's in a good stalking spot over a horse, My Girl Annie, that might be overmatched, or she might even get clear. I think today she's going to run a decent race.
We're going to take a break in the action. Approaching the 4-minute mark to post for race 7. Still to come in race 8. Bon Raison trying to make it 3 in a row after back-to-back wins at Aqueduct, including a stakes victory in the Peeping Tom. Can he make it 3 straight? That's coming up in the 8th at 7 furlongs. We'll be back with more of America's Day at the Races right after this.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
He went a little slow the last 2 breezes that I wanted. I think Eddie got a little nervous. I had a radio on him, but I don't know if he wasn't hearing me good. I think I can't see fitness being an issue because those are all, they're slow miles, but they're miles. And by the time he gets pulled up, Mike Welsh will tell you, 1.8 miles. So he's got plenty of air in him. It's not, if he gets beat, it's not going to be because he's not fit. And he doesn't really know how to just go out there and lope around. I'm really not expecting that. I think he'll try if it's 5th or 4th or 3rd or win, whatever it is. I think he's just that, he just doesn't know about. Can't wait to get back to the barn and eat.
That was Jason Service, his maximum security Florida Derby winner, has never lost. 4 for 4. Could this be their year? Jason Service, one of many in this year's Derby, looking for their first ever. There's only 3 trainers in this Derby who've ever won it before.
Well, Bob Baffert wins it every year, so it's kind of hard for anybody else to win it.
Give someone else a chance. But yeah, he's well stocked again this year. This may be the deepest he's ever been stocked going into a Kentucky Derby. By the way, back here at Belmont, we have a late scratch. 10 horse is coming out. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And yes, Sing for Beauty, she will make her way back to the paddock here as we see Manny Franco taking his equipment with him. And she was actually just a late vet scratch. So making the precautionary measure, just things not 100% for Sing for Beauty to participate in today's race. And they will go without her. And hopefully we'll see her back at the races sometime in the future. Greg?
And it's not just a horse that comes out of the race, Andy. It changes the impact of this race a little bit. This is a horse who did have some speed.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's comparable to the Omaha Beach situation, right? It really does change it. It takes a lot of speed out of the race. I think you have to look back now. My Girl Annie can really benefit from that. And we'll see how it affects a horse like Archie My Baby. She can be more forwardly placed and probably will find herself. But I don't disagree. And I'll tell you who else it helps. It helps my ridiculous horse. Play Me a Memory, right? Because she's the secondary speed. If I don't really like the 4, she can find herself in a very good spot here.
And already some of the speed had been taken out with Shimmering Moon, who was the morning line favorite, gone. So certainly helps the 4. Helps your horse as well. The 8, your big long shot, who you like, who we're looking at right now for the Ramon Martin barn. But with that, we see Archie My Baby click down even another notch. 3 to 5 on the 9 here in this spot. And young Eric Hansel with a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now because he has, without question, the horse to beat here.
He does. I mean, it's a situation where he just you just don't want to make any mistakes, and it benefits him being on the outside here. Last time he kind of got shuffled back behind horses, inside of horses, and he made the mistake of not being more forward. And when he went backwards, he actually backed up to a horse that Manny Franco was riding, who finished second in that race. With the outside post, outside of everybody now with the scratch, he could just sort of stalk out there and see how the race develops.
Moondance Joy, the 1, 8-1, has actually beat that favorite before. Can Archie My Baby win it?
And the rough from mid-pack. Bertranda is going out for the lead. Moondance Joy is down at the rail. As they race up the backstretch, Bertranda with the lead. Moondance Joy at the rail. On the outside is Play Me a Memory, who's a close-up third. Then it's Timely Tradition next in fourth. The favorite, Archie My Baby, on the outside, runs in fifth. Right now, just a little more than 2 lengths off the lead. Then it's Party in the Sand, along with My Girl Annie, and she's a kitty cat, trails the field in eighth. The quarter 23-2 as they go around the far turn. Bertranda's at the rail, and on the outside is Play Me a Memory. The two of them are heads apart for the lead, with Archie My Baby just off the front runners in third. Moondance Joy is down at the rail running in fourth. Then it's Timely Tradition, who's right behind Archie My Baby. Farther back, it's Party in the Sand in sixth. Then My Girl Annie, and she's a kitty cat. The half in 46-3. Here comes Archie My Baby up on the outside to challenge Bertranda for the lead. Bertranda hanging tough. Archie My Baby's on the outside. And Timely Tradition's in third with a 16th to the finish. Bertranda and Archie My Baby, the two of them come down for the finish. It's going to be tight, but it goes to the favorite, Archie My Baby, the winner, over Bertranda. The time was 1:17-1.
Archie My Baby, the odds-on favorite, had to grind this one out. Finally does get by Bertranda for the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tepid pace, and I think sitting back there with a lot of confidence, Eric Ansell had to overcome that pace, but he got it done, Archie My Baby. But Bertranda, let's credit the rider of the runner-up, Bertranda, sensed the fact that there was no pace in there and was aggressive, and it helped her get second, almost win the race. I got a little thrill out of my long shot, by the way.
Yeah, got some run there,
She
no
finished
doubt.
fifth. Outran her odds.
9.53 finish. In the end, Archie My Baby floated up. We saw her at 3-5 at one point. Goes off at even money in here.
And that was Paul's single in the pick 5, which I think he's still alive in. Yeah.
Well done, Paul LaDuca. Well, the prices from race 7 at Belmont. When we come back, Eric Hansel gets the job done. When we return, newspaper of record returns. Perfect 3-for-3 record on the line in the Grade 3 Edgewood. And World of Trouble has been just that to the competition. Lining up in the Twin Spires Turf Sprint at even money in the morning line, looking for a 4th straight victory.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Park.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans for this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
It's Newspaper of Record in front, now shaken up on that lead, cut loose by Rod Ortiz Jr., and just like that, she's in front by 4, now she's in front by 5, now she's in front by 6. Newspaper of Record rips away from the pack. Farther back, late bids on the outside from Varenka, so too Stellar Agent. They're coming down to the finish. Tomorrow's headline today, Newspaper of Record, simply spectacular. Wins by 8 on the wire.
Irad Ortiz Jr. almost did a 180. Completely looking back, where's the competition coming? Newspaper Record, just sensational. Entered for her return in the Grade 3 Edgewood.
And we know if it rains a little, she can handle given the ground, as she's had softer courses for all of her starts. She is a remarkably talented horse. Based on her 2-year-old form, there's nobody that can touch her. I mean, she's too fast for them early, and then she closes off her own fast paces. She is a really remarkable talent.
And as we continue to look at Newspaper Record, Grade 3 Edgewood, of course, on Oaks undercard day. We don't always know. I mean, sometimes returning from 2 to 3, you don't know how they're going to continue to grow and mature.
You don't.
What do you think?
You don't know. Now, I've spoken with Chad Brown quite a bit about her, and
what does he think?
Very, very confident in her.
Okay.
He's,
so throw
he's
that
somewhat,
out the window.
To be honest with you, he's in awe of her talent.
Okay.
He really is.
World of Trouble, meanwhile, devastatingly quick, and is going to be a lot to handle in the Grade 3 Twin Spires Turf Sprint.
And, you know, he's returning to the scene of the crime, right, where he ran that giant race when he got beaten a tough photo in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Both he and Newspaper Record will be running the same course they ran on Breeders' Cup Day, and a course that's probably going to take some rain. So maybe not quite the same course, but one with give in the ground. And he's a Grade 1 winner now in the dirt as well. He's a very, very neat horse.
Don't forget, we're keep talking about all this handicapping we got to do as we look at this tremendous undercard schedule as well on Oaks Day. Same deal for Derby Day. The undercard is tremendous, but we got to deal with how to handicap and off track as well. You got a lot of extra work to do.
You know, for me, if you like horse at prices, you never worry about the racetrack. You just bet the right horse. I'm betting a horse in the
you want a horse who can handle that kind of
track.
track,
I'm betting Lyrical Lady in the 8 bells, Steve Asmussen.
Okay. Derby at 6:50 Eastern Time on Saturday. We are here. Well, this was a horse that many thought was the second coming for Belmont and would be his Derby horse. Didn't turn out to be that way. The horse that he was blowing past in workouts, Tacitus, wound up being Mott's Derby horse. He has Country House as well.
Yeah.
But he'll return on the undercard on Saturday.
At 7 furlongs and facing a very impressive debut winner from the Chad Brown barn, but I still believe that this horse might be as good as any horse in this crop. We'll see how far he wants to go. I think they made a mistake rating him last time out. And one thing we know about this one, Greg, if it rains on Saturday, he'll be very happy.
No doubt. That's when he had that just devastating 14th length win in his debut at a mile at Gulfstream. Also on the comeback trail here at Belmont on Saturday, Robert Bruce for trainer Chad Brown making his 5-year-old debut.
Many remember him from Braveheart. But I remember from his impressive win in the Arlington Million as well as our Fort Marcy last year. He's looking to win back-to-backs. Chad Brown obviously looking to use this as a prep for the Manhattan, a race he could also have Bricks and Mortar, who's the favorite $1 million race on Derby Day. He was very unlucky in the Manhattan. He was completely blocked in the stretch and that big bunch down the stretch. Dr. Edgar has a pace advantage in that race, but may just be too good for him.
Fort Marcy, Shipshead Bay, and the Westchester, all part of a sensational Saturday at Belmont. And, of course, on Sunday, we're back. We're off Saturday with the Ruffian Grade 2.
Joe Ruffian was the first horse I remember seeing live. Saw her win the Spinaway at Saratoga.
Pretty good one to start things
Nice
off with.
horse.
No wonder you're hooked on this game. Arch You My Baby, $4.10 for the win. Wins at a short price. Eric Consell, Gary Gullo, and Pristine Racing team up with the 5-year-old mare by Arch. As we take you to Oaklawn, they are loading up. Race 6.
I like Sure Thing Stella, the number 2. 2-6 to the hoop.
Vic Stauffer with the call from Hot Springs, Arkansas.
They're at the post. They're off. Slow start, Icy Dawn. Fast start Silvera and Boathouse View with Cuddle Kitten and Kingly Cash. Then comes Sure Thing Sheila and Icy Dawn, and the early trailer is Barbary Hall. Boathouse View is the leader at the clubhouse turn and opens up a 2.5 length margin on Cuddle Kitten 3 deep outside of Kinley Cash. Silvera's at the rail, 4th and about 4 from the front. Then comes Sure Thing Sheila, 5th with 6 lengths to make up. Barbary Hall's inside of her, and the trailer as they turn into the backstretch is Icy Dawn, 9 lengths first to last. Boathouse View, the boss, up the backstretch. Boathouse View leads it by 3.5 lengths to Kinley Cash and Cuddle Kitten. Here's Cuddle Kitten in the pink to move into second and try to start after that front runner. Silvera stays at the rail, 4th with 6 lengths to make up. Then comes Sure Thing Sheila and Barbary Hall. Icy Dawn is the trailer. There's a half mile to go. The finish line is the 16th pole, and Boathouse View is still pumped up front. Boathouse View leads it by 4 solid lengths from Cuddle Kitten. Sure Thing Sheila has moved into third now, and she's 6 behind. Then Barbary Hall, followed by Silvera and Kinley Cash. Boathouse View at the top of the stretch leads by 2 as Cuddle Kitten and Sure Thing Sheila are now moving as a team, and they're coming after a tired front runner in Boathouse View. That lead is gone only to a half length. Cuddle Kitten alongside in second. Sure Thing Sheila outside of her. These 3 to the final, to the wire, and Cuddle Kitten has put her head in front. Sure Thing Sheila, Boathouse View battles on at the rail. Sure Thing Sheila, Cuddle Kitten, Sure Thing Sheila, Cuddle Kitten, and Sure Thing Sheila. Wow, that is super close. Maybe Cuddle Kitten by an inch, but if not, Sheila is right there.
The 2, Sure Thing Sheila, the 6, Cuddle Kitten. Care to call it?
Well, I bet 2-6, so I'm thinking it's 6-2. I think Vic Stauffer may have had it right. It was close. The 2, Sure Thing Sheila, may have gotten up just after the wire. She did break a little slowly. Might have cost the race. Let's see. I think the 6 held on, Greg. Didn't get my cold number home.
Very close. Yeah, it looks like the 6. Tough to tell, but Stuart Elliott, Paul Holthus may have just got you here.
I tell you, that would be tough for David Cohen. He needs these wins.
He does, trying to steal this riding title from Ricardo Santana Jr. Has won it 6 years in a row.
Let's see, here's the slow-mo, Greg.
Cohen on the 2, Stuart Elliott on the 6.
Yeah, 6 got it. 6 got it. Yep.
All right, we'll make it official momentarily, photo finish, but Vic and Andy
tell you what,
both believe it's the 6.
Very game performance from Boathouse View. I didn't see the odds, but I'm assuming it was a bit of a price in there. I'm thinking I picked the 2 chalks, by the way. I don't think I did anything too clever here, I'm assuming.
Well, big run from Sure Thing Sheila, the 2, to get right up to the 6, and then just a little bit too late, it looks like.
You know, if you could buy a length in racing, you could be a rich man, right? Buy a length and use it different times.
Told you that one.
Nose here. Andy Beyer told me that about 35 years ago, actually.
And camera's showing the 6, which is usually a good sign.
It's a really bad sign if it's the other horse for the cameraman.
Cuddle Kitten, if it is a win, that's 5th career victory. That was a narrow defeat last time out, late March for Cuddle Kitten. One more look here down the stretch.
I'm going to tell you, if the cold wind keeps blowing in here, I'm going to need a cuddle soon.
Ooh, that late surge from the 2, but I think it was
before the wire. Isn't that before the wire? I don't, no comment. But the photo's still up.
So that must mean they have a pretty good idea that the 6 is your winner, I would think.
Well, I hope it is for their sake.
All right, so we're still waiting to see what happens here. 2, 6, photo finish. But Oaklawn giving us little hints that it may be hot pink silks here of Stuart Elliott. And, wow, just the final late surge, but it was right after the wire. That Sure Thing Sheila really got that neck down.
Yeah, I mean, this is taking a while. Could it be a dead heat?
Longer it goes, better chance.
Better for the 2, right? Because it didn't feel
yeah.
like the 2 won the race. So it feels like if you have the 2, you have a little life. I haven't really looked to see what prices these horses were. Wow. Really showing this? Tell you what, the drama never stops. America's Day at the races, right? There's just drama.
Well, and the
to
drama
finish.
of David Cohen trying to win a jockey title as well. He's on the 2 to the outside. Oh, just right past the wire, gets that little extra.
The 2 was even money, and the 6 was 5-2. Smoked those 2 favorites out. Whew, can't stop me.
So if it takes this long to determine this photo, that there's a chance it could be a heater.
Yeah. I hope the camera didn't break. Is it a Polaroid?
Back in the day, it used to be, right?
I don't know.
I wouldn't
I don't
want
think they
that
had
job.
Polaroids back in the day, Greg.
I got it right after the wire. Sorry.
Did you have a Polaroid when you were a kid?
I did.
Did you? Not surprised.
Wow. So sure thing, Sheila, coming, and on the outside. Well, it's so tough to tell from this wire.
Yeah.
From that angle, I thought it was the outside.
Well, they're showing the 2 now. They're hedging their bets. They got to show the 2 to hedge their bets at this point. Wow, this is a long one. I mean, at this point, you would think it's taking so long that it probably is, in fact, a dead heat.
Yeah.
That would be the general perception. It's just, I mean, it shouldn't. Photos are funny. This one seems surprising, but we'll see what happens. What do you think?
We will wait and see. Cuddle Kitten or Sure Thing, Sheila.
I miss the days the racetrack we used to be able to bet on photos.
I didn't know this.
Oh, God, there was great action on photos.
So,
you know. Well, you have to realize it was
how much
different in
time
the
do
old
they give
days.
you?
They didn't have guys would take no people in the crowd. You know, there was action. You know, we are the racetrack
Friends of
betting.
yours.
Well, I wouldn't say friends, but I bet a few
Acquaintances.
photos in my day. I bet a few photos in my day at Gulfstream when I used to go
And
to
how'd you
Gulfstream.
do? Did you win these?
Greg, come on. Would I bet? Would I mention it if I had lost?
Well, then why aren't you so confident on this one?
I thought the 6-1 for sure. To be honest with you, I am shocked it's taking so long.
I was with you until we saw this last replay again. And, I mean, this angle is impossible to be able to tell from.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if it's not a dead heat, it's almost embarrassing, right?
You would think.
I mean, they're just sort of taking so long. It kind of has to be, right?
Wow.
Tell you what, the tension, you could cut it with a knife. It's really incredible. Meanwhile, they're about in the gate for the 8th race at Belmont.
Not quite. We still got some time. Plenty of time. 15 minutes to post back here in New York.
So what's the price? Is it like 1 to 5 that's a dead heat now?
I would think the fact that it's gone this long, it has to be a dead heat, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really tough. David Cohen needs this win. Well,
Wow.
we circled him. That was pretty good. Tell you what, we got it all going on. We are sparing no expense. So you know it was those 2 horses that hit the wire together.
And again, we could look at this 1,000 times. This angle is not helping us determine.
This angle has the 6 winning, in case anybody's interested.
All right, so we will await who the winner is. I think I know the outcome, but we'll get you back to it in a moment. In the meantime, wait, do we have a decision? We'll come back there in a moment.
I got the TV on here.
We have a late double to bet at Belmont. Race 8 coming up, 7 furlongs, $100,000 allowance optional claiming group. And that is a look at the stall of Awesome Saturday for John Kimmel.
I like Awesome Saturday. Awesome Saturday finished a very good third in the Commonwealth at Keeneland last year behind Warriors Club and Limousine Liberal, the old pro who was retired today, and he had a great career. And he seems to have improved for John Kimmel in his 2 starts in the turf. And now he goes back to the dirt where he's run well. I don't know. Is he going to get enough pace, though? And Bon Raison has a real pace advantage here.
Well, Awesome Saturday is the 8-5 current favorite.
6 did win. The 6 won. What took so long?
6-4-1. So after all that,
What?
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, they want to get it right. I understand.
It's very important to get the order of finish right, Greg. It's one of the keys to our business.
Cameras were following the 6 right off the bat. They had it right.
It's a weird one. It's really weird. Yeah.
All right. So it is Cuddle Kitten. We'll give you those prices in a bit. Back here in New York.
By post time, Bon Raison, the 4, is going to be an overwhelming favorite. This horse
Trying to win, 3 in a row. Perfect 2 for 2 here at Belmont. Let's head downstairs for a paddock report. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Wow, I almost got gray waiting for that photo down here in the final decision at Oaklawn. But race number 8 coming up, it's a good one here at beautiful Belmont Park. Optional allowance as we go the 7 furlongs. And on the outside, you guys were mentioning number 7, Awesome Saturday. I like this horse too. He's run competitively on both surfaces, as he'll also churn back in distance. And I really like the 7 furlongs with this horse because honestly, he's built more like a 6 furlong horse, but he's shown his ability to go a bit further. So therefore the 7 hits him right between the eyes, and he is sharp. Now you might be able to see that there's cotton in his ears. He does tend to get a little agitated and a little wound up. So Connection's trying to do their best to keep him at bay, but it's not as if he's getting hot or anything like that. It's just him, and he looks physically sensational here for trainer John Kimmel. As we'll also take a look at number 2, Sir Ballantine. Yes, he's going to need the pace to come back, and maybe Monraison runs away with this field, or maybe California Night makes a little bit of heat on the front end and it sets up well for a horse like Sir Ballantine, who is coming off of a effort that came in the Grade 1 Carter. So he's back in here with his friends, and he is sharp. He's doing well by all accounts from what I can see here in the paddock. He came in here strutting his stuff. He's on the muscle. He's kind of puffed himself up since he got the tack on, and Sir Ballantine's a neat horse. But like I said, he's a little bit pace compromised. As we'll also check in with number 1, Backside of the Moon. Comes off a bit of a layoff, also turning back in distance here. And the 7 furlongs is okay for this runner. He's very, very fit off the bench. I mean, just very well defined. And 2 starts back, I thought kind of a wide, weird middle move where eventually Small Bear just came from last to pick up the pieces. And I don't know exactly where he fits in the running of this race, where he is placement-wise, but like I said, guys, he looks ready to come back and put in a good effort.
Maggie, thanks. Backside of the Moon, 8-1 on the board. We'll get back here in a moment. So after that long photo, one of the longer we've seen in a long time that did not require a dead heat, Cuddle Kitten gets the win. 6-2-4 finish. Cuddle Kitten for Flying P Stable. Really had to sweat this one out. Stuart Elliott, Paul Holthus, your winning Connections. And that is career win number 5 for this 5-year-old mare by Kitten's Joy out of a Smart Strike mare, Magical Carpet Ride. 6th in the books at Oaklawn, we have the feature coming up at Belmont Park next. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other national networks. We'll be back.
The WIN program, I think, is fantastic for breeders. It's a really, really nice way that WinStar's given back to the breeder and supported the breeder who's also supported them. If you had the option to breed to another stallion at another farm or go to the horse over at WinStar that has this WIN program attached to it, the deciding factor is easy. You're going to get more bang for your buck over there at WinStar.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Racing on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and Prime Ticket as we take a look at Backside of the Moon. Manny Franco, Leo O'Brien.
I feel sometimes like I'm on the backside of the moon. This is a nice, hard-knocking horse. We'll see, though. Is 7 furlongs a bit short for him?
Here's the 2, Sir Ballantyne, trained by Danny Gargan. 2-back was a winner, comes out of the Carter.
He's run plenty of fast races and was badly compromised by a slow pace last time, but he may be compromised by one again today.
Mike Luzzy rides California Night. We know he's quick. He's got Kendrick Carmouche in the irons.
He is a horse that's supposed to be forwardly placed in a race without much pace, but he may not be good enough.
Bon Raison looking to make it 3 in a row, and he's also, those were at Aqueduct, 1-2 for 2 at Belmont.
And Eric Ansell looking to win 2 straight. Needs to be aggressive with this horse and use his natural speed. He is in sensational form for Carlos Martin.
Gregory DePrima sends out long shot holiday bonus.
He has not been in great form. He ran 2 really good races in the dirt off the claim, but his form has dissipated.
Hit it once more for Gary Siaka with Dylan Davis.
He's really a dangerous speed type going long. I don't know how effective it will be in a shorter race.
And awesome Saturday, Joe Bravo having a nice day, looking for his 3rd win. Teams up with John Kimmel.
I like his chances in here from a talent standpoint, but Joe Bravo's going to have to find a way to get him in good position. He may be tactically at a disadvantage.
Standing by with a trainer of the favorite. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And the win has picked up here quite a bit. So Bon Raison here with Carlos Martin. Talk about striking when the iron's hot here, Carlos. This is a horse who's looking for his 3rd win in a row, and he's really kind of blossomed in your hands too.
Peter Turnus, the owner of Empire State Thoroughbred Racing, he's really hands-on, and he believes when the horses are doing good, he likes to run them. A lot of people have the ideas when they run these big numbers, 5, 6, 7 weeks in between races, but the horse has just come to hand, and the last couple of races have been arguably his best. And we saw this race. It looked like a great spot, and the horse worked good last week, so we went for it.
You mentioned Peter being hands-on. I see him out in the mornings with you, too. Is that something that he's constantly kind of at the barn and likes to be around his horses?
He really does. He really loves the horses. He's got a passion for it, and I think he's here to stay, and he's been great for me. I got the horses from Contessa about 4 months ago, and Gary did a great job with Peter picking this horse out. So I'm just blessed to be in this position to have a good horse.
And he's a horse that kind of wins at any distance, but you've seemed to hone in on these 6 to 7 furlong races.
I think that's his game. I think earlier they were trying to run him on the turf and maybe go a little farther with him, and Calumet Farm breeds a great horse, so hopefully that breeding is coming out now.
He certainly shows it physically. Carlos, best of luck here with Bon Raison.
Thank you.
All right, guys, Bon Raison looking for his 3rd win in a row, and those 2 wins before have been by big margins, Greg.
Yeah, 7 1/4 lengths combined in those 2 wins. One of them was a stakes victory in the Peeping Tom. And Carlos Martin, he's going to have the favorite as well in the Ruffian on Sunday.
No, he's been in very good form, yeah, and he's got that come dancing in the Ruffian on Sunday. She ran the best race any horse in this country has run all year. When she won her last race, she could be a formidable horse in that division. And, Carlos Martin, when he was young, and I've known Carlos a long time, we're very similar ages, and he used to come to Saratoga in the summer. His father, of course, Jose Martin, his grandfather, Frank Martin, 2 great trainers. Both are deceased. But he had a horse named after him, Harbor View horse named Computer Carlos, named for Carlos when he was a kid. Oh, he's a bright guy and a good guy, too.
We'll see if he can get his first winner of the meet here coming up, and a horse who is in extremely sharp form. Going to have to hold off this one, though. Sir Ballantyne for Danny Gargan comes out of a grade 1 last time out, where that going was a little bit too steep.
Yeah, and there was absolutely no pace whatsoever, so there's just no way to close in that race. The horses that ran 1, 2, 3 were basically well in front the whole way around the
Horse
track.
We were just talking about.
Yeah,
won
now
that race.
yes,
World of
exactly.
Trouble.
World of Trouble, and he's obviously a very good turf horse, but very good dirt horse as well. Now this win 2 back. We got a 95 buyer. It was a very, very solid effort. But in reality, he also took advantage of a pace that just completely and totally incinerated. I just don't know he's going to get the same dynamic. But if he does, and I'll tell you what else, if the favorite falters here, it opens it up for a horse like him.
On the outside, horse who was our favorite early on, the John Kimmel runner, son of Any Given Saturday. Awesome Saturday. 2-1 on the board right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. His best turf race was actually a sprint going back to Fairgrounds over a year ago. John Kimmel decided to run him 2 times in the turf, and he ran very well. Ty Condoroga, who beat him 2 back, is going to try the $1 million race at Churchill for trainer Chad Brown, and Inspector Lindley means no introduction. Those were tough fields, and he ran well. But now he goes back to the dirt, and I think we can take a look at it. When he ran the dirt, about 3 dirt races back for him, he ran the Commonwealth at Keeneland, and he was beaten just a half length. I know it was a blanket finish, but Warriors Club, a very talented sprinter for Wayne Lucas, that Churchill Downs Racing Club, I believe, owns that horse, and Limousine Liberal, the super talented Limousine Liberal, ran 1-2, and Limousine Liberal came back and won the now Grade 1 Churchill Downs handicap in his next start. He's capable of running a race good enough to win this, but once again, he's a horse Joe Bravo is going to have to, and it's not, I'm not knocking Joe Bravo. He has that unenviable task a rider has of having a closer in a race without much speed.
Yeah, pace compromise it would appear, for Awesome Saturday. Last time he did go turf to dirt, though, he ran a big one. He didn't win in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, but he ran a very big effort. As we take a look at the 3, Kendrick Carmouche on California night, we know he's going to be on the front end here, trying to show as much speed as he possibly can, 7:01.
Yeah, he's going to have to really run his best race. And I know he has a couple of 90 buyer wins, 2 and 3 back, and he was over his head in the stymie last time. But he rode a very, very strong rail bias 3 races back at Aqueduct and then won a race at Parks. This is very stiff competition, but his speed might give him a chance to at least outrun his odds.
Looking for his first win at Belmont. He's hit the board in each of his 2 prior tries, but has yet to break through and get a victory. He's got to face some stiff competition to try and make that happen here this afternoon. 6-5 favoritism remains on the 4. Bon Raison trying to make it 3 in a row in this spot.
He's been in raging form. I mean, I'm not going to knock him. He's got the speed to be an advantage. I'm going to try to beat him with the 7 Awesome Saturday. And I think he sort of benefited from circumstance a couple of those races, but he's in good form and has a lot of speed.
Meanwhile, look here at backside of the moon, Manny Franco, Leo O'Brien. Last 2 tracks caught muddy surfaces at Aqueduct.
You know, this is a horse that's run some pretty good races at different times in his life, and I wouldn't just dismiss him out of hand. I think that this is not his best distance. I think he probably wants a little more distance, and it's a tough field, but he's a hard knocker, and he's the kind of horse that could sneak in there a little bit at a big price.
And there's a horse in here who's a much bigger price. It's finished ahead of him, not that far back. The 5, Holiday Bonus. Not the easiest to make a case for, but he did finish ahead of Backside of the Moon. Now, that was a muddy racetrack at Aqueduct, but that was just a few months ago.
Well, it's interesting. David Canizzo claimed this horse from Graham Motion, and he's a horse who's had trouble breaking through and getting the winner's circle. He looked like a turf horse. Well, he got reined off, and he kept him in, and he won it almost 45-1. And he ran 3 straight fast races with big figs, but his form is just disintegrated.
He looked interesting on the track, but wow, the recent form is just not there. 61-1 now. As you see the 2, Sir Ballantyne step in. Even money now on Bon Raison. It's been a chalky afternoon here at Belmont. Will that continue? Here in race 8, breaking from post 4, there's your favorite, trying to make it 3 straight for Carlos Martin. John Imbrial, the call. Race 8 for Belmont here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Waiting for Hit It Once More and Awesome Saturday. The field is in the gate. And they're off. Hit It Once More is sent out for the lead. Backside of the Moon down at the rail. And now California Night moves up to take over. It's California Night in front. Hit It Once More is back running in second. Awesome Saturday ranges up on the outside of Backside of the Moon. Then it's Holiday Bonus, who's racing in 5th. Bon Raison is 6th. Sir Ballantyne trails the field in 7th. California Night, 3/4 of a length over Hit It Once More through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Awesome Saturday is 3rd, 3.5 lengths from the lead. Then it's Backside of the Moon down at the rail. On the outside is Holiday Bonus. The 2 trailers are Bon Raison and Sir Ballantyne. As they continue around the far turn, it's California Night holding on to the lead here by a length. Hit It Once More, still giving chase in second. Awesome Saturday is 3rd. The half was 44 and 4/5 seconds. And now there's a 1/4 mile to the finish. They have California Night to catch. It's California Night in front by 3. Then Hit It Once More in second, followed by Awesome Saturday. Backside of the Moon on the outside. Bon Raison is down towards the rail as they pass the 8th pole. California Night looking to go wire to wire here. It's California Night in front by 3. Backside of the Moon, one last chance on the outside. California Night does it. Length and a half. Backside of the Moon was second. Then Bon Raison and Hit It Once More.
Always aggressive. Kendrick Carmouche, 44 and 4.5, and enough left in the tank to get to the wire first.
Boy, he certainly outran his odds today. I mean, this is a very impressive performance. You say set a quick pace and was able to carry it the wire. A real surprise. This horse ran extremely well for the Mike Maker barn. It's an excellent effort. Backside of the Moon ran very well to be second. I know they were moving up front, but how could Bon Raison be back towards last early in this race? It just doesn't make any sense. It's not the greatest of rides.
3, 1, 4, and 6. 15 to 1 shot underneath. When you saw Kendrick Carmouche look back, you had to figure he had plenty of horse underneath him, and he was confident.
Didn't even break that sharply. I'm looking at the head on another screen. He actually broke in, but Kendrick, Kendrick knows if I want the lead, I'm not going to, a slower break. You've got to go and get there. And he set a fast pace in doing it and just, as they say, bottomed out the field.
3 Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker, and Kendrick Carmouche with the win. 6 to 1 here after we saw this chalk early on through most of the card. Now we finally get a number. $14 winner at least here in the 8th. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk more Derby with the Bluegrass 1-2 finishers, Vacoma and Win. Can Win solve his issues out of the gates? We'll talk about that when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins. From anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Warfront has sired 8 champions and 10 millionaires. Recent Grade 1 winners include Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag, plus 2019 Kentucky Derby hopeful War of Will. He's also sire of the highest priced yearling sold in North America in 2018, and international super sire on all surfaces and all fronts. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and Prime Ticket. Happy to have you with us. Show brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Perfect 7 for 7 in his career while sprinting and doing it all while racing medication-free. Now standing at Claiborne Farm. There is Kendrick Carmouche. Got to the front, kept on going despite that super quick 44 4.5.
Kendrick Carmouche is like a poker player that says to you, don't bet against me, I have queens. And the guy has jacks, and he bets against him, and he had queens. He tells you go to the front, he doesn't. He beats you.
$15.60 for the win. That's now 3 wins the last 4 starts for California Night. Let's go to Maggie.
And here with Kendrick Carmouche, who was aboard California Night. And Kendrick, not the cleanest of breaks, but that didn't bother you.
Nah, I just knew with the cutback and Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds putting his horse in this race, I just had to break him sharp. I didn't think nobody could go the first part with him, and he was cruising around there. When I got to the 8 pole, I mean, he just laid down running for me.
And you kind of tipped your hand a little bit when you took a little bit of a peek back, turning for home. Did you feel like you had a lot left in the tank?
Yeah, I had a lot left. I just wanted to open up just in case the 7 horse come running, and I held him off.
All right, Kendrick, well, job well done for you. Congratulations here with California Night.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we'll see what Kendrick can do. He is aboard a new face for Chad Brown this Saturday in the Fort Marcy. Looking forward to that race coming up.
Yeah, a race that we're very much looking forward to coming up on the weekend on Derby Day here at Belmont.
Looking forward to Derby Day here at Belmont. The bourbon tasting in the backyard. You'll be out there, right?
You can count on that.
Yeah, you won't be working. You'll be guzzling.
Naira Bet's late pick 5 follow along. So here's what's happened so far. We finally get a price in the sequence, and we still got another leg to go.
Did Paul use him? I know he had a spread. I'm afraid he didn't use him. I hope he did. I don't remember. He did not. That's too bad.
All right, we still got one to come here. By the way, the horse that Maggie was talking about that Kendrick will ride for Chad against Robert Bruce in the Fort Marcy Olympico will be making his States debut.
He better improve off that European form. He ran at a racetrack last time in France I don't think anyone's ever heard of. I mean, seriously, did you look it up?
No, no.
It's not even.
Corey Scores, by the
exist.
way. Even money in this race coming up for Chad Brown, Javier Castellano looking to win a 5th on the afternoon.
And I think it's important to note with Corey Scores, I think a lot of people look and say, Corey Scores hasn't run in a long time. He was rained off about 4 times last fall.
Kentucky Derby, we're getting close. We're 2 days away, and can the Bluegrass winner make an impact? It's been a little while since we've seen that happen. Vekoma won that race by 3.5 lengths. Second place finisher, win, will line up in the race as well.
I don't know that Vekoma can go this far, but he's a very good horse. I don't like win. I don't get him at all. He did break a little slowly, but win.
He always
breaks
breaks
slowly every time. And I'm going to tell you something. You don't want to break slowly in the Kentucky Derby.
It would not be to your advantage, but he's broken slowly before he broke slowly in the Pasco. He set a track record in that race.
He had a little bit of trouble here. He was steadied when he had a full head of steam, sort of steadied back in there. And he did, listen, the track was very kind to speed, which helped Vekoma. And he ran well to finish second, but somebody had to finish second. It was not a particularly strong field. Now, Vekoma, take a good look at him because he's got one of the goofiest ways of going you've ever seen, especially on a good horse. Look at him.
Looks like he's flailing.
I mean,
yet he's won 3 of 4 career starts. His only defeat was off the bench in the Fountain of Youth, and he winds up winning the Bluegrass by 3.5 lengths. Meanwhile, his trainer, or I should say Win-Win's trainer, Michael Trombetta, here he is talking about his son of Hat-Trick.
I think this at the 5/8 pole, I think there was a spot that he was headed for. There was 2 horses. There was room between. And I think as he started up into that area, the inside horse, if I remember right, came out a bit. And he had to steady and then find another path because that door shut.
Very important nose that he got second by.
Yeah, it was. It was. Plus, it was a big, aside to get you here, it was a big race. And it's a big difference between second and third in those races. So.
Well, I'm sure Javier will ask him to get up in the race like he did in the Bluegrass, and a lot of it will depend on the kind of pace it develops. If they go 45 and change, I would imagine he's not going to be right on that. But if it's a normal pace around 47 or so, we should be close.
Game Winner has a bit of a funky style as well, but nothing close to what you see from Vekoma.
Got a weird way of going, but he's a very good horse, Vekoma. I think Vekoma, I won't be surprised if he wins our Alan Jerkins at Saratoga. He's that kind of good horse. I wonder, and I bet George Weaver has some of those same reservations. You got to go in the Derby. You got to take your shot.
Absolutely.
And he may find himself in front. I know Javier was hedging his bets with Maggie, but I know where Javier is doing. He's going to the front.
Yeah, Javier will be aboard. He's looking for, by the way, his 5th win on today's card. He's on the even money favorite coming up in our nightcap ahead. 10% winner's bonus on the Kentucky Oaks and Derby Exacta. Earn a little extra on those Exactas with the NyraBets app. All Exactas hit on the NyraBets app. Earn that 10% bonus. Capped at $20 per day. Visit NyraBets.com for all the details. We're going to step aside for a break. Get Javier deliver number 5 this afternoon. And then a Derby win on Saturday with Vekoma. We'll be back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NyraBets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NyraBets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NyraBets app or visit NyraBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NyraBets.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have our nightcap coming up at Belmont and more action from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 7 at Oaklawn. Maiden claiming event for Arkansas bred runners. 6 furlongs. Daddy's Angel. The one to beat on the board right now, Calvin Burrell. John Prather Jr.
I mean, I feel like she's a contender. I don't know if I'd want to take 2-1 on anyone here. I narrowed the race down for what it's worth to 3 Fiona Hills, the 5 Daddy's Angel, the 6 Warm Beauty, and the 10 Go Spread the Word, who's off a 20-month layoff. I would probably box 3, 5, 6 in this race and stay away from the Lasix horse. The 3 Fiona Hills interests me a little bit in here. She's a price.
Yeah, I like that 7-2 on the 10. Go Spread the Word. Now you're dealing with a horse who's not run since August of 2017. But showed real ability against straight maidens. That was at Louisiana Downs.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3 to 5, I think,
but it's
that
come
day,
back
right?
to work well since.
Yeah, but I mean, horses off long layoffs like that at short prices, is that really the way you want to go?
And by the way, in that debut, got beat at 3 to 5.
Right. Well, obviously, though, that's a sign that they thought the horse could really run, right? You know, so that's probably a good sign, but I have trouble taking horses off of, 20-month layoffs that Arkansas breds ran Louisiana and a trainer, to be fair, that's 2 for 37, the meet at least at the time we got the stats for this race. So I'm going to box 3, 5, 6 and bet the 3 to win.
No, you meant,
that's
the
my
6.
play.
You mentioned Warm Beauty, that one dropping out of state bred maiden special weights, but has definitely needs to show more. But the drop in class at this level. That's why you do it.
Yep.
Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 7, Oaklawn Park.
G Nanny is ready. Go Spread the Word. Last to load, Lauren Lucas. They're at the post. They're off. Dixie Forest broke well. So did Laura and Lucas and Daddy's Angel, Melissa, and Go Spread the Word with Warm Beauty and Fiona Hills. Next comes to the outside and G Nanny, followed by Amazing Honor, and the trailer is All the Things. Up the backstretch with Melissa and Dixie Forest. Go Spread the Word's on the move for the bug girl Kelsey Har, and there goes Go Spread the Word to put her head in front. Daddy's Angel races in 4th and a length and a half from the front. She's 2 in front of Warm Beauty and down at the rail Fiona Hills. Then to the outside in Laura and Lucas, followed by All the Things, Amazing Honor, and the trailer is G Nanny, and the 2 leaders are Dixie Forest and Go Spread the Word. Dixie Forest is a neck in front. Go Spread the Word is second. Daddy's Angel is just in behind those 2 and traveling well, and here comes Daddy's Angel to split horses, take second and go after the front. Daddy's Angel makes her move for the lead outside of Dixie Forest. Go Spread the Word is now back to 3rd. Then comes Fiona Hills looking for a way through, and here's Santana and Fiona Hills. Meanwhile, Warm Beauty's coming up the rail. Any one of about 5 or 6 chances, and Warm Beauty has now taken the lead. Dixie Forest, Fiona Hills, Warm Beauty and Dixie Forest. Warm Beauty in front. Warm Beauty won by 4. Dixie Forest was second. Getting third was G Nanny at a big price. Maybe Fiona Hills for 4th.
Warm Beauty dropping class. First time in for a tag, gets the win, and the 9 looked so uncomfortable early. G Nanny was dead last, winds up getting 3rd in here at a monster number.
It's a weird race. When the 5 dropped over on the turn, Daddy's Angel, she cut off Fiona Hills, actually, kind of stopped her action, but the clear path up the rail, and guess the rail wasn't a bad place to be. This one certainly found a good trip up there, Warm Beauty.
Jareth Loveberry, Stanley Roberts, Eugene Branham, 3-year-old filly by Portobello, 649, finished the 971 to 1 if you happen to have this trifecta. Not bad. Prices from that race we'll have coming along momentarily. We still have one more to go here out at Belmont Park. 7 furlongs on the turf. This will be on the Widener turf course. New York bred maiden special weight, and Corey scores the 4. It is Chad Brown, Mataket Stables, and Javier Castellano looking for number 5. The debut came on turf. Second start was washed off. Wound up third beaten less a length as a 4-5 beaten favorite.
I think they got tired of getting washed off repeatedly with all the rain we had, and they took a shot in the dirt, and so it's been washed off, I think, 3 or 4 times last year. Debut, I think it was a mistake by Irad Ortiz to drive her towards the inside. She seemed to have a head of steam when they turned for home, and he angled her off the rail, but instead of being a little patient, looking to get outside, he hit her right-handed and drove her to the inside, and it really seemed to stymie her rally. Horses are often uncomfortable rallying inside, and I just think Corey Scores probably is pretty good to be that short a price in her debut as well.
There she is, even money. Corey Scores with more on this group. Time for a paddock report. Let's go to Maggie.
And will she get the job done as the likely post-time favorite in her third start of her career? And she will be 3 fillies that will be short prices in here that are coming back to kickstart their 3-year-old campaign. Now, Corey Scores is a horse that has really done that accordion kind of effect, where she was a much more compact kind of 2-year-old, and now she's really gotten a lot leaner and longer in her frame. But I don't necessarily love that, to be quite honest. She just looks as though she could be carrying a little bit more muscle mass, especially across her top line. She just looks a bit weaker in that respect. And I'm splitting hairs because she's going to be a very short price in here. But with that being said, she's extremely fit. She's very well prepared coming back. So I like the 7 furlongs as well, and she would be one that wouldn't surprise me if we actually got a little more distance out of her as this 3-year-old season goes on. Now, a horse that's a little bit near and dear to my heart, it must be said, is number 3, Plink Freud, as my husband trained many of her brothers and sisters, and we even had a horse named after us called Maggie's Lad, which was included in this family. For me, Plink Freud hasn't done any changing from 2 to 3. I don't love that. I wish she grew up a little bit, but she is very much still of that turf sprinter frame overall. Really rounded out hindquarters, very much built downhill, shorter back, still smaller. But then again, that is kind of typical of the family. I wish we were coming back at 6, to be quite honest. I know she ran effectively enough, though, going a mile at Aqueduct in her last start, but she comes in here, she is fresh, she is sharp, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little early pace from her too for this Tom Bush trainee, but she looks fantastic. Both of these horses coming back look tremendous. As number 6 is Mike's Girl, she'll have 3rd trainer of her career in just her 6th lifetime start. She's one that actually has grown, and another one that's gotten a lot longer. She's a little more relaxed as well in the paddock. Super coat to her. Look, Danny Gargan's horses, they always tend to look well, and she is one where I think the 7 furlongs benefits her, as this is the furthest distance she'll try, but she really looks as though she's up to the task with another year older. Moving on to one that is trying the turf for the first time in just her 2nd start is number 9, Linda's Ballet, a daughter of McLean's Music, 2nd generation, included some very good sprinters. Some of them handled the turf. They were a little bit better of a dirt family, but Linda's Ballet looks as though she'll handle it quite nicely. A much flatter foot to her. The only thing is, despite this being her 2nd start, I wish she looked a little bit more fit, a little bit more tucked up to negotiate the 7 furlongs here today. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. And there's
that's Chad's
Javier
assistant.
Castellano talking shop, with the connections of Corey Scores.
Whit looks a little cold. He should come to the 3rd floor if he wants to see what cold is like. Thinks he's tough down there.
And he says, just get us one more. Number 5, is that too much to ask? Daughter of More Than Ready. Take a look at Linda Rice, though, with the 9, Linda's Ballet, and 2nd start, first time turf, maiden, between 5 and 7 furlongs the last 5 years, almost 30%.
Yeah, I mean, Linda Rice is probably the best trainer of my lifetime with 2nd time starting maidens. Her horses often need to race first time out. She still has decent numbers, not as good as her dirt numbers, but making their move from the dirt to the turf for their 2nd start. And as Maggie pointed out, there is pedigree to handle the turf, but it also is kind of a little better dirt pedigree. But Linda decides she wants to try this horse in the turf, and I'm going to trust in Linda. Gets a rider switch to Junior Alvarado, and I think this may be the main danger to the favorite in here.
A much better price at 5 to 1. And today has been about that man right there. Javier Castellano, 4-win afternoon. Of course, he'll ride Vacoma, who we talked about in the Kentucky Derby, but trying to seize on a 5th victory today.
And you can see, we'll take a look at the video, you'll see the move I talked about. You can see those silks, of course, those familiar Mad Cat and Sal Cumin. His silks comes off the inside and look to go out, but then Irad decides to whip right-handed. Now, in fairness, the horse who was leading was drifting, but a more patient ride, he might have been able to drift. And it just feels like her rally was stymied, sort of coming inside of horses. And I really think it prevented her from doing her best running. Perhaps I'll be wrong, but often a closer like that is going to be much, much happier making that run outside and unencumbered.
So we'll see what happens here. Start number 3 today. It's the comeback trail for this 3-year-old filly. Same story as well with Plink Freud next door, although she is making career start number 4 this afternoon from post 3.
You know, she ran well in her debut when she finished 4th because she finished behind Mike's Girl in here, who gets a switch to Danny Gargan.
You're talking about the 3?
Yeah, but when she ran her debut at Saratoga. That was a race, though, where the pace, they ran 1-2 around the track. And I think it benefited Mike's Girl, and it worked against Plink Freud. She had a trouble trip in her next start, but she had absolutely no excuse last time. If you like her, you're counting on her preferring to sprint as opposed to going long.
Again, use that promo code ROSES. Get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bets. Bet the Derby, bet the Oaks, and the undercard for both days, and everything we have going on here at Belmont Park as well.
Excited for the weekend?
I can't wait. Got a lot of homework to do.
Rev up that Naira Bets account.
You know
It's good to be back in action.
It really is.
Yeah, really.
How much more homework do you have?
You know, not a lot, to be honest. I've looked through some of the races at Churchill. I find them tough. I find them fun to look at, and I'll play a little bit. But I've got most of the work done here in New York. In fact, all of it done.
For the Derby?
Derby all done.
What do you play?
I try not to get beat up in the Derby. I am going to bet Tacitus this year. I'll fool around a bit and play exactas with Tacitus.
Okay.
But
you don't go for the home run with a superfecta?
I don't. No, they don't have dime superfectas, and I think that's a mistake, and I'm not getting it's too rich for me.
Here's running on entry. First time starter for Jimmy Toner with Joe Bravo aboard.
I love the name. On the other hand, point of entry, a good turf sire and a very good horse, but probably will want more distance.
Bravo with 2 today. They both came for Wesley Ward. Here's It's a Keeper for Tom Albertrani.
Hasn't run that badly in some of her turf races, and that was last year. If she could improve first time out recently, then she has a chance.
Jose Lescano, Thomas Bush team up with Plink Freud.
As we were just saying, you have to hope that cutback in distance will help her out. Is she using this one as a prep to stretch out, or will she be ready off the layoff?
Good luck, John Imbrial, getting that name correct through the running of the race. Corey Scores, Chad Brown, Javier Castellano looking for 5 today.
A very short price on a horse that did lose her debut at a short price and didn't run a big figure. I think that effort was much better than it looks.
Huge price on the 5. Here's Mickey Diamond, daughter of Cosmonaut for Robbie Davis.
Looking at the PPs, Craig, there's no number that would be too big a price. Infinity to 1.
Yeah, so 37 to 1 is not good.
It's an underlay.
Mike's Girl, it's Kendrick Carmouche, Danny Gargan.
Is Robbie Davis, by the way, riding Mickey Diamond? I believe he is. Mike's Girl, very interesting, getting that switch to Danny Gargan. That's
the other day as
dangerous switch.
Robbie. Sanders Mine. Dylan Davis running against Dad in here for Tom Bush.
Well, Tom Bush has 2 in here. You'll have to hope this one improves first time on the turf. A first fall, not really a turf family, more of a dirt family.
Becca takes charge, getting on the turf for the first time. The other Linda Rice runner.
Also tries the turf for the first time. Not much turf in here as well.
And Linda's Ballet. We showed you that stat, 27% Linda in this situation.
This is the one with enough pedigree for turf, and I think this is the preferable one for Linda.
And 9 from 2, a daughter of Curlin for Gary Siaka on the outside.
Quick, what is 9 from 2?
9 from 2, 7.
Minus 7. 9 from 2. Minus 7. Not a lot of pedigree for this one for the grass.
Oh, so it's 2 minus 9?
I think it's 9 from 2. 2 minus 9, right? Take 9 away from 2.
So it's negative 7.
Minus 7, yeah.
Okay.
You fell for it, didn't you? Did you know I was trying to trick you? Don't you know me well enough, Greg? Threw that one at you.
It's too cold for me to be thinking of things like this right now.
I had to jump on you.
Get a look at the 6 here, Mike's Girl. So Kendrick Carmouche, well, he just won the feature on the front end. Can he take the late double? This will be his first time aboard this daughter of Scat Daddy. She is 5 to 1.
She's dangerous. I mean, she's a horse that could be forwardly placed in this race. She's supposed to be in front, and that's what Kendrick wants to do. Interestingly enough, with Danny Gargan,
No, go ahead.
As good as he is, he doesn't have great numbers off trainer changes with turf horses. And I think sometimes he's a trainer who needs a little time with a horse. But I'm not going to deny this horse can win here.
Well, and she faced a pretty good one in the debut, or who we thought was going to be a good one anyway.
You thought that she was going to be a good one.
You didn't think Dreineken was going to be any good?
As a matter of fact, no, I didn't.
Okay. Well, it was a pretty good debut.
Well, it was sometimes you're just better than the fields you face.
She ran better next time out, Mike Scroll. So she's shown ability on the turf. Mike Scroll, if she could return to that, we'll see. Let's go back to Oaklawn.
I'm bitter. I feel like I should have that exact in Oaklawn.
Warm Beauty, Stanley Roberts with the win. Should have had that 65-20.
The 3 could have finished second. That's all I needed. You know, I'm just
6-4-9. We're going to show you quickly. Congratulations, real quick, Eugene Branham, Jareth Ludbury, and Stanley Roberts. Race 8, we wanted to get you this one. It does not look like that's going to happen, but you can still play it and watch it on the NYRABets app or go to nyrabets.com. It is a mile and a 16th, an allowance optional claiming race, and a horse that you thought was going to win the Gotham is lining up in here in Teakvin Flew. He was on the Triple Crown Trail.
It was a heck of a pick on my part, wasn't it? I'm surprised he's finished the Gotham.
He beat 2 horses that day, including High Cal.
Yeah, I feel bad for the horses he finished. But I actually like this horse. I think they got a little
Or he
too
didn't beat High Cal, I should say.
He did not beat High Cal. High Cal. He should have beaten High Cal 3 back when they went wide against a gold rail. I think he's going right to the front and galloping today.
All right, back here at Belmont again. You can watch that race from Oaklawn on the NYRABets app. We're 3 minutes to post here in New York. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, guys. And we'll take a look at the lone first-time starter in this field, and that is number 1, running on entry, is a daughter of Point of Entry, so that's a good turf influence. Not much to speak of as far as dam side pedigree is concerned, though the Proud Citizen isn't a negative, for me at least. And she comes in, she looks extremely fit, and she's been completely the utmost professional in the paddock and in the post parade. Does get Joe Bravo aboard. He'll be looking for his 3rd win on this card. And Jimmy Toner, I know this year's been a slow start for him, but boy, does he do great things with his turf horses. And she's extremely well conditioned heading into here. So she has an outsider chance. She's one I'm going to pay attention to and how she performs here today. And maybe we take a look at her in her 2nd start of her career as they're making their way to the gate for this 7 furlongs.
Maggie, thank you for that. And Maggie's gone with Mike's Girl at 5-1. Looking for Kendrick to take this late double.
I wouldn't be shocked if this horse ran well here. I mean, I don't listen. Any switch. Danny Gard's numbers may not be great on trainer switches in the turf. You know, he's a trainer to fear, and I won't be surprised. My one worry with this horse is, obviously, that big figure rate 2nd place finish, the 69 buyer at Saratoga, is a figure that make him very tough to beat, or her very tough to beat in here. I thought it was a little dressed up by circumstance, so that the speed really held together in that race. But she's going to be in front here for we'll see if she's good enough. She's supposed to be in front.
There are a few alternatives if you don't want to play this 4-5 favorite. Corey Scores in here, but can Corey Scores return to that debut effort? If she does, she's going to be awfully tough.
We'll see. You know, it didn't come up a particularly fast race. The 2nd place finisher did come back and win her next start for trainer John Hertler. I think she's a much better horse than that showed. And Chad Brown does have exceptional numbers off last of the turf horses. But 4-5 is a very short price. It's not as though there aren't runners in this race that have a chance.
Now, this one has a chance. So we're looking at Plink Freud. She, too, like Corey Scores, coming back for her 3-year-old debut. Her last race was actually on the stretch out to a mile at Aqueduct, where she wound up 2nd.
And I don't think she ran badly when she was beaten by a length and a half to Mike's Girl in her debut at Saratoga sprinting. And I'm not sure she won't be better off going a little bit shorter. But keep in mind, it is 7 furlongs. It's an elongated sprint.
Jose Lizcano was on board for her first couple of starts. He's back on board today. And we'll see if she can get the job done. She is on the board at, wow, I'm surprised she's 6-1.
I agree. It almost feels like a negative sign, doesn't it?
It does.
Feels like she's a little chilly. But on the other hand, Corey Scores is now 3-5. I mean, they're betting the race like it was already run. 3-5. I picked Corey Scores, but I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. They're really, I mean, I know Chad Brown seems to deliver.
It's the power. It's Chad Brown. Yeah. And it's Jockey who's 1-4 today.
Yeah, I guess, because this horse is overbet. They must love this horse.
Can Javier collect number 5 this afternoon at Belmont Park? He is on the odds-on favorite to try and get it done. From post 4, Corey Scores. It's the nightcap from Belmont, and there she is moving in line. John Imbrial, the call. You're watching America's Day at the Races in the finale here from Belmont Park.
Riders off Linda's Ballet behind the gate. Linda's Ballet will be loaded without Junior Alvarado. Linda's Ballet goes in. Jockey Alvarado climbing back aboard. And the final horse will be number 10, 9 from 2. Field of 10 going 7 furlongs on the Widener. And we're set for the start. And they're off. Mike's Girl. Becca takes charge. It's a Keeper is there. And on the outside, it's 9 from 2. Then comes Plink Freud, who's racing in 5th, passed by Linda's Ballet on the extreme outside. Then comes Sandra's Mine and Mickey Diamond. Those two are together at the back, running on entry, and Corey Scores. Mike's Girl leads here by a little more than a length after a quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. Becca takes charge, runs in second. It's a Keeper is down at the rail. On the outside is Linda's Ballet, next in 4th. Followed by Plink Freud in 5th. 9 from 2 is running in 6th. It's 2.5 lengths to Mickey Diamond in 7th. Corey Scores is now up to 8th, but still with a lot to do. And then it's running on entry, and Sandra's Mine is the trailer in 10th. Half mile in 46 2/5 seconds. Mike's Girl takes the field to the top of the stretch. Becca takes charge on the outside. It's a Keeper is in behind in 3rd. Then Linda's Ballet on the outside in 4th, followed by Plink Freud. Running on entry has gained some ground. Far outside, it's Corey Scores as they come down for the 8th pole. Here's It's a Keeper, who has come away with the lead from Mike's Girl. On the outside is Linda's Ballet. Running on entry continues to gain. Here comes running on entry on the outside of It's a Keeper. It's a Keeper by a head. It's a Keeper won it. It's a Keeper over running on entry, and a photo for 3rd.
15-1 after we've seen favorites all day long. 6-1, 15-1 last 2 races, and the big favorite in here completely compromised at the start.
Yeah, we'll get the start again for you, but this is the reason that Manny Franco has become one of the best riders in the country. Not only does he get the good position in here, but he holds it, and he waits, and he's patient. He doesn't panic here. He waits for the seam to get through, and he comes through, and he's able to hold off the number 1 running on entry. The first year ran very well. The number 9 horse, Linda's Ballet, if she had her head straight, she probably wins this race because she acted up on the top of the stretch. She was giving fits. You could see her giving fits to Junior Alvarado. The turn, she was kind of getting out on him. But the start, the number 3, Plink Freud, badly interfered with Corey Scores and eliminated any chance she had of winning.
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning. Here it is with a 4, odds-on favorite.
The 3 comes out and just bangs into her and knocks her out.
Pinball.
You know, and once that happens at the start, as you could see, she found herself back in last. So while you could say, well, I mean, you just got bumped a little bit, right? But at the start, that sort of length of trouble, it exaggerates itself into many lengths of trouble. And, you know, you think about the trip the winner had in this race, and she can't overcome that. But
it's a starting point.
Horse racing.
And definitely one to play back next time out. But, yeah, completely compromised by that start. In the end, our biggest price of the day by far, It's a Keeper, 15-1, Manny Franco, Tom Albertrani. And had some efforts on the turf before that made you think this horse had a shot.
Well,
this horse was 8-1 morning line.
We pointed out this horse's races weren't terrible. I mean, I didn't like her. I'm not saying I picked her, but, you know,
15-1, bigger price maybe than she should have been here. We'll have the prices, we hope, when we come back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one of a kind, high speed, high stakes action. And Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. 5 not to be for Javier Castellano. Poor break from Corey Scores, compromised by some other horses, and in the end, it's a keeper at 15-1, Manny Franco.
And, you know, it's trips, right? This horse got just a sensational ride by Manny Franco, and it really made the difference. And running on entry, by the way, a very nice performance. Joe Bravo, an excellent day. Didn't get the money, but second at 20-1 with a very good ground-saving ride as well.
Yeah, had a couple of wins for Wesley Ward on some first-time starters. Naira Betts late pick 5, $2,527 with basically chalk all the way until the last 2 legs as we take a look at it here.
Right.
Wow.
Looked so easy, didn't it? Parlay was $40 for $2, started out $10 for 50 cents, and then
remember,
bang.
And it's a keeper, was 8-1 morning line, had some form. So it's not like that horse was impossible to get to.
Greg, the parlay, it paid twice the parlay. Now, I wouldn't have hit it. I'll tell you what, I could have used the last winner before I used the California horse in the 8th race. I did not like that horse at all. But I guess you could have spread in the last. And
pays to play the Naira Betts late pick 5. So
great value play.
If you don't live in the state of New York, the only way to play it with Naira Betts. Oaks Day tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Bellafina is going to be a heavy favorite in the Oaks. Tremendous undercard as well. Who you? Well,
I'm against Bellafina.
Of course you are.
Of course I am. I like Champagne Anyone. Did a video. You can check the video out online at the Naira website. But I like Champagne Anyone in that race a little bit. Think she's good in there. And I'm just excited about Newspaper Record coming back because I really think she's maybe the most exciting horse in the country.
And what do you think about our colleague Tom Amos, Serengeti Empress, making her return?
I'd love to see her run well, and she benefits from being outside the other speeds, but there's a lot of speed in that race.
It will be a tremendous day of action. Want to remind everyone we're back tomorrow 4 to 6 on Prime Ticket and MSG Plus. FS2 viewers, we are on 4:30 to 6, so we'll see you then. Thank you for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. We will see you back on Friday. It is Oaks Day from Louisville, and we got a great card here in New York as well. We'll see you on Friday. Don't stay up too late handicapping.